Hello everyone, welcome here. Today, we're going to play some Dwarf Fortress. If I can remember which one is the right one to load. I think it is this one. But anyway. So currently we are a bit penned inside. But that doesn't matter because we have lots of things to do inside. Namely, we need to improve just about everything. We did just start farming in the caverns, so that's nice. Hopefully we'll get improved yields that way. The queen's bedrooms are still not sufficient. Not overly happy about any of them. So what we really need to do is make larger ones. And then oh, our industry is doing okay. Stockpiles are of course fine, except for the fact that we don't really have enough drinks. I really need to appoint a separate brewer probably at this point. Okay, we have one planter currently. Let me think. Okay, congratulations. You are now another planter. Go forth and get your ass to work. Oops. I just accidentally unselected one of the haulers. Boom. Okay. Well, actually, you're listed as an armorer. Okay, you're a novice armor smith, so you don't count. Alright. We need to make more armor, get our smithing levels up, our armor smithing levels up. But the problem is I don't really have enough metal to waste on that right now. Anyway. Alright. Yeah. Yeah. The main alcohol stockpile's empty. We need to get somebody brewing as fast as possible. Matter of fact, we're out of alcohol just like that. Okay. Listen, buddy. Yeah, you guys need to get to brewing. They should have been doing it for a while, but... oh well. I suppose it's time to start... well... yeah, let's go ahead and work on improving the catacombs right now. of course. It doesn't remember that setting cross save load. I don't think I have any doors left. No, I don't. Okay. Okay, we need like 10 doors. That should be good. Okay. Keep those glass makers working. Now, the Queen's current set of rooms might be adequate with new furniture and stuff, and the engravings and all that fun stuff, but they're certainly not going to be good enough for any sort of long term. So, okay, that's the main corridor away, because it leads straight to the stairway. So the new rooms are going to be here. And we're going to make them 7 by 11. Roughly that footprint. I will be carving corners off and stuff to make them look a little fancier, but this is the basic footprint for the throne room, the bedroom, and the dining room. We're not going to try to combine dining room and throne room for the next set of rooms because it's too hard to get them high quality without enough space when they're overlapping and stuff. Alright, did I do single doors? No, let's do double doors. Okay. And then ooh, we could do pillars out down the sides. That's kind of cool. Especially when we engrave them later. Oops. This effectively shrinks the room. But it looks cool. I want to make the rooms a little larger to compensate and then leave it like this. But I could do 9 by 11. Let's lay out a 9 by 11 room. Okay. That's pretty cool, actually. I don't like that. I do like that, however. I'd like it even more if I could do this. However, that will end up making them way too wide. And you can put like statues in these, and then more statues between the pillars. Yeah, I think this is the design we're going to go with. Okay. 9 by 11 it is. Okay. We'll have 2 rooms here. One room there. And then one larger 11 by 11 room up there. And the 11 by 11 room is going to be like this. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be the tomb of the queen, I think. And then we'll have throne room and the dining room. Oops, did it again. There we go. Okay. Like that. Okay. There we go. Wait. I put that row in the wrong spot. Okay. There we go. Now, we might as well go ahead and dig out these actual hallways while we're doing this. That doesn't get dug. That doesn't get dug. That doesn't get dug. The rest of it does, though. Yeah, so we're going to have tomb, bedroom. Is probably going to go over here for easier access. Dining room and stuff like that. All right. Bit far away from the central staircase. You know what? We're not going to dig this. I like those room patterns. I don't like this location at all. We're going to dig them here. Okay. Now, there we go. We're going to put one pillar there. And door. Actually, I think I had decided I was going to do double doors into the tomb. All right. Or quad doors, I guess. And actually, I think we could go with a larger pattern for all of these. Yeah, we could. Okay. Well, I approve of symmetry. And if we're giving it its own independent level, we have the space. So why not? Except these aren't quite right still. Yeah. Okay. All right. There we go. Now that gets cut. There we go. Okay. There we go. Got the back corners. Yeah, there's certainly going to be large rooms. But that's good because space is quite valuable actually. when calculating room value. Base counts a lot for a lot. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna do that for these rooms. Actually. And I am going to remove that pillar for now. No, I have a better idea. I'm going to move the doorways inward. And then I'm going to clip the corners out here. There we go. Now we've got little pickaxe heads between every room. A very thematic. And totally not by accident. Okay. I believe that should do quite nicely. Then later we can rip most of this furniture out once the queen is no longer living there. We can rip most of this crap out and replace it with higher quality stuff for any other future nobles we might have to worry about. Lesser nobles, of course. Or that smoothed while we're here. One thing I don't like about this version of the game is that there's no way to make the stairs look smoothed. Oh well. Well, considering how this display has changed, I do believe that the dwarf in the cave has died. Oh no. Not like I can do anything about it. Alright, we're back up to having a decent amount of drink finally, since they decided to get off their ass and start brewing again. All those caged troglodytes we have are growing up. Armor's missing for a week. Oh no. What will we ever do? Alright, we need to put in furniture orders for a lot of furniture. The problem is I want it to be all masterwork furniture if at all possible. And it probably should be green glass. So let's just put in work orders for a ton of green glass furniture. Let's make 50 of those. $50 of those. Oh, Colo. You want shrimp? You know what? Here. I have a shrimp while I work on setting up all these work orders. They're boring anyway. Okay. Another 50 green glass portals. That's a lot of portals, by the way. 50 green glass armor stands. And 50 green glass weapon racks. Let's see. Coffers, cabinets. Oh, we should do chairs and there's a lot of shrimp in there. Whether or not they're currently hiding under a rock or swimming around the other side of the tank or whatever can dramatically change how many it looks like there's given in there at any given time. Okay. Coffers, cabinets, doors, armor stands, weapon racks, thrones, tables. Let's do statues too. Okay. That's going to keep our glassmaker very busy for a while. Anyway, what are they doing anyway? Just swimming around? Eating on the rock? Looks like it. Not sure if it's the lighting or if that ball of algae way out in the distance is actually that light green looking. If it is actually that light green looking, I should pull it out and throw it away. I did notice today that they need more water, which is probably fine because I need to go to the grocery store soon anyway, and so I should probably grab them a jug when I'm there. Water my fish? Yep. They need their water topped off periodically. It's about down, oh, I don't know, maybe half an inch or so from where it should be. Every couple weeks, I dump about half a gallon in there. That tends to work out pretty well. But anyway. The 3D printer you want to buy is only $3,600. The 3D printer I own cost me less than that. And it is a gigantic semi-custom 4XY printer. If you want to buy a 3D printer that costs $3.6K, you better be getting a really, really good one. Not only that, but it was shipped from here, from Portugal. 2 nozzles? Okay, well, that's pretty cool. So what kind are you looking at? Not all IDEX or printers are made equally. A caravan has arrived. Woo! I'm so sorry, caravan. Hopefully you murder those creatures. The queen has mandated construction of certain goods. What'd you mandate? Armor stands. Okay, well, it's a good thing I have those ordered ready. Oh, the Bamboo Labs H2D. Bamboo Labs. I don't know. They're good and bad, I guess. Masterpiece green glass block. Merchant has been found dead. Other differenter merchant has been found dead. Well, these guys are getting shreked. Good thing we didn't send our guys out there to deal with this. Yeah. Okay. Well, sucks to be you, merchants. On the plus side, the gloom husks are no longer inside the fort, so we could open up and go deal with the stuff on the entryway if we had to. On the minus side, we're definitely not going to be talking to the outpost liaison this year. Yeah. We embarked on a volcano. Horse has been found dead. Alright, yeah, the merchants are not having a good day. Okay. Well, there's not a whole lot I can do about that one. I really need to move. Okay, so here's the plan. Once we get the queen out of her current rooms, we're going to turn one of them into a hospital. Probably this one, honestly. And then we'll turn one of them into the our settlement leader, whatever his name is again. Expedition leader currently. He's not even a mayor yet. Anyway, one of them will be the expedition leader's room, and one of them will be his office. Okay, we have a ghostly weaponsmith haunting the fortress. Anyway, the volcano has been extremely useful because we have been making so much glass stuff. It looks like currently all of the mugs in the fortress are getting cut glass applied. That's fine. I really need to get back to decorating furniture soon, though. Okay, so the queen's new rooms have been dug out. Now, we need to smooth them. Yeah, basically I'm going to completely tear all the furniture out of these rooms because most of it's not that great quality in the first place. And then we're going to install the best quality furniture we can find. in these rooms. Probably all the new green glass stuff we're making. Alright. Cut raw glass into gems. Do it forever. Add new task. Encrust furniture with cut glass. Okay. We should have plenty of furniture being made from over here. We'll just wait for it to build up a little bit first. Then we'll worry about it. For now, let's just go ahead and cut glass. Oh, I'm going to go ahead and remove this magma kiln, because I really don't see us making anything clay. Technically, I think we do have clay somewhere in the fortress, but I'd rather have another glass furnace there. Okay. Magma glass furnace. Boom. Okay. Also, one of the reasons I want to get the hospital out of here is because I want to put in more normal glass furnaces. Uh-oh. Well, I hate to tell you this, migrants, but you're not going to make it. Yeah. Yeah, about that. Rip migrants. Okay. Let's place that newly engraved slab we made a little bit ago. Speaking of migrants. Alright. I think the ghost problem is currently taken care of. However, also I think we have 2 glass workers. No, we don't. Okay, well, congratulations. Wait. No, yeah, you're a hauler. Okay. Congratulations, jeweler, who otherwise isn't useful for anything. You're now another glass worker. Which means they're going to be producing a lot of crap quality furniture. But that's why we have such huge orders in. Okay, the queen has mandated that we make large gems. Okay. Cut raw glass into gems, please. All right. Work orders. The collect sand work order, I'm going to bump its count up to 20. And I'm going to change its conditions to less than 15. So we can keep a little more sand in stock. All right. The Queen's new rooms are proceeding splendidly. Yeah, we need to... Okay, I'm going to tear out one half of the hospital. I need this space for its original designated purpose. Okay. This one was configured... The collect sand order was configured specifically on this workshop, wasn't it? Yes, it was. Okay, so we're going to want to duplicate this work order to the other workshop. Which I don't think I can do. Like, I can't just copy it. So I'll have to make a second one, which is a pain in the butt. Alright, can somebody get over here and build this damn thing? Thank you. Alright, work orders. Add work order. Collect sand. Number. 20. Conditions. Amount of bags. No material. Sand bearing. Available is less than 15. Okay. Restarts have completed. Conditions checked daily. That should be exactly what we want. That should hopefully make sand collection run a little faster. Okay. What did I do? Oh, I set general work orders to 0. There we go. Okay. Yeah, because these each have a specific collect sand work order, and general work order is set to 0, so nothing else gets queued up in these workshops. So I'll keep at least 2 haulers going on sand at all times. And then 2 actual craftsmen working on making glass at all times. Queen has mandated construction of certain goods. Large gems. Okay. We're still working on those. Actually, here. Let's change... Minimum skill is expert for legendary. And this one no general work orders allowed. Make raw grain glass forever. Restarts if completed, check daily. Alright. That is effectively what I want. So this should have our lower skilled people make raw grain glass at all times, and the higher skilled people make furniture. Lovely. Now, blacksmith withdraws from society. Has claimed a magma forge. I'm not going to trust this. To chance this time. Where are bars? Forbid all the iron, forbid all the silver, forbid all the copper, forbid the pig iron, forbid the lead. Probably too late to try this, but oh well. Leave just the steel as the only metal available in the fortress. Yeah, you bastard hauled some copper there already. But he did drop it there. Okay, he grabbed some steel. Hell yeah. That's a pretty drastic measure to take. Namely, forbidding everything. But it was an important and valuable step to take as well, because it ensures that we're going to get a steel artifact this time. Unfortunately, steel was the only material you used. Come on, make a short sword. Or a warhammer, or just really anything. What are his skills? Adequate blacksmith. Okay, so he's probably not going to make a weapon. It might be, it'll probably be furniture. But still, I'd rather have steel furniture. I should have made him use silver then. Make a throne. Steel weapon rack. Okay. Well, that'll work, I guess. It'd be cooler if it were a throne. We'll put that in the queen's rooms for now. With the other artifacts. It's fairly valuable. Okay. They're complaining about bags. I am okay with this. Make cloth bags until we run out of cloth. I need to start making clothing. Oh, I don't have any clothiers assigned, do I? I think general crafting is assigned to do this, actually. Yes, they are. I'm going to change that. No, I won't. Yeah, no. The other kind of crafting, we hardly do any stone crafting or leatherworking or wood crafting or any of that bullshit. So we'll just leave that done by the clothiers, effectively. Would you scumbags stop dropping your swords everywhere you go? Is there any way I can make them stop that? Um, they shouldn't have any hunting or any other laborers assigned. That would be causing a uniform conflict. I don't think. Because I made sure that my woodcutter and my miners weren't in the military. And I don't have any hunters assigned. Yeah, I don't know. And the only threads I could find immediately were very old ones about stopping them from dropping items after they go back to civilian status. Which is just a matter of telling them to wear their uniform at all times. Yeah, like most of these are running around strapped with a, well, he isn't. Yeah. I don't know. Just being weird. Probably a game bug, honestly. Like there, some idiot just dropped their sword. Stop dropping your frickin' swords when you finish your job. It seems like it's this squad too that's doing it. Okay. That might help a little, maybe. Making sure there's no conflicts. I'm pretty sure it's in schedule. No? Did I just accidentally delete both squads? I did. Oops. Well, that does have its pluses. Now I can make sure all the important dwarves are in the main squad. Or most of them anyway. Okay. Show everyone who's not in another squad. Okay, so everyone except the miner and workers are in squads. Now. You're all ordered to use steel swords. Where did you order them to wear it over their civilian clothes? Equip, always. Sleep, room at will. Equip, always. Okay. That should keep them equipped at all times. Who knows, maybe recreating the squads will have fixed the weird drop their swords bug. Or whatever issue was wrong with them. Killing people for dropping swords, it's tempting. I forgot how tedious this is. Click tomb, double click, accept. Click tomb, double click, accept. Tomb, double click, accept. This used to be so much better in the older versions of the game. Alas, it since was somehow screwed up for all of us. Anyway. Now, mandate. You want large gems. Alright, get to work cutting raw glass then. We should have plenty of it. We've run out of cloth to make, I'm gonna call it bags out of. Bunch of cut gems just laying on the floor for no reason. More masterpieces. More masterpieces, more horrible clouds of doom and death on the surface. The caverns really are a long ways down in this world. Okay. Once the queen's rooms are smoothed, then we'll order the there's a stray yak bull out here. I could close the outer door and grab his ass. Alright, let's do that. Alright. Pause that meeting hall. And that yak bull, we're going to butcher it. Because I don't want to raise yak. Got a bunch of skeletons to bury. And other random stuff to clean up. Okay, we've cleaned the dwarf corpse out of the terrarium. Alright, we should have enough coffins for this. I don't think it's worth putting another bait cat out right now. Not while we have trap avoid monsters roaming around. There's no sense pulling them into the traps when they just can ignore the traps. Bait cat. Yes, a bait cat. Have you ever played Dwarf Fortress before? I'd use a bait dog, but we don't have any of those. Well, this is an excellent opportunity. Ooh, actually. Pen pasture. Right there. Accept. Assign animals. Cavy boar. Blue peacock. Alright. This is what happens when you bring pets to my fortress, you scumbags. They get stuck in a little pet. A special little pet spot out by the entrance. Don't worry, nothing bad would ever happen to them. Your little preciouses will be just fine. See, I'm going to let them roam free in the great outdoors, where they can have access to all the fresh air they need. You may be slightly sad over the loss or the future loss of your pets, but that is a price I am willing to pay. Alright, the queen's rooms are nice and smooth. I'm going to take this opportunity to order smoothing of everything else. Well, not everything else, but most everything else. There'll probably be at least a few tiles here they can't reach. But we'll see what they can get done. Alright. That should be everything that's reachable right now. Except this level, which we'll worry about later. Now, I saw a message about a ghost. Fix that problem now before it becomes a problem. Alright. Encrust furniture with cut glass. How did that become unlocked? Well, one of the gloom husks died. So that's good. Dwarven population has been possibly slightly reduced. We didn't lose any of the important ones, it looks like. Yeah, we lost at least 2 dwarves. Okay. We didn't lose any miners or woodcutters. We lost 2 of the haulers, I think. But how did that become unlocked? That's been unlocked since the dawn of time. That's been locked since the dawn of time. Okay. Well, not a whole lot I can do about it right now, anyway. Okay. Wait, how did this become unlocked? What the hell are you people doing? I just checked that a second ago and it was locked. Don't tell me we've got, like, stupid kobolds or something unlocking this shit. Oh, there goes some dwarven child. They're running the wrong way. Listen, you stupid scumbags. I specifically gave everyone indoors orders just a second ago. You're ordered to be inside the burrow. The burrow is not out there. Whatever. It looks like there's one less hostile, so something just got murdered. Why is everyone outside all of a sudden? Oh, this is open again. Is it the ghost unlocking them? I didn't know ghosts could do that. Anyway, they're ordered to be inside, so that shouldn't be causing any... Let's forbid that one for now. That slab still hasn't been engraved, probably because they're all busy. Go do that right now. Okay. There's still 2 gloom husks roaming around. Okay, everyone has been ordered inside. Is everyone inside? That's a good question. Somebody was just trying to go outside. Why are they ignoring the burrow order? I mean, I know those stupid burrow orders are incredibly non-functional sometimes, but okay. All right, that little bastard is locked outside. There goes a cat. Okay, let's just murder this thing. Go get him, guys. Okay, well now we have 4 injured citizens, but only 1 hostile left. All right, pull this lever, emergency. All right, burrow order. Everyone's allowed out. That should allow them to go rescue these people. Okay, metal crafter missing for a week. Oh, that's nice. Can I put up a slab for that ghost yet? Yes, I can. Good. Get rid of that bastard. Hatch has been unlocked again. Alright. I think we've gotten rid of our phantom hatch unlocker. Assuming it was actually the ghost. We have a group of stranded citizens. Let's unlock the hatch again. Let's order everyone to get inside. The cats, of course, immediately ignore that order. I'm tempted to go order the murder of that guy. Fine, go kill him. Okay. Now, we have finally murderized all of the hostiles. Okay. The main way into the fort is open. Everyone's allowed outside for a bit. Go pick up bodies and shit. Six injured citizens, no functional hospital. What do you mean we don't have a functional hospital? Oh, fun. Congratulations, random woodcutter. You're now the chief medical dwarf. I don't believe you have any other labors assigned anyway. Boom. Okay. Of course, the chief medical dwarf's ability to stand is somewhat compromised as well. Who do we have who is in good health and is otherwise not busy? Okay, you're not in good health, you're not in good health. You're not in good health, you're not in good health. I don't think. Or are you? Basically all the haulers are down. Alright. Tavern Keeper. Congratulations. You get to be a medic as well. Alright, get over here and start fixing these people up. He doesn't seem very happy right now is the problem. Alright. Let's assign the miners to do healthcare. Okay, random people who are outside. Whether they were migrants or what, who knows. Okay, the fact that there's a growing pile of dwarf blood on the ground is actually a good thing. An indicator that they're probably being cleaned up. Okay. Yeah, our big pile of injured citizenry is slowly being taken care of. Okay, random people on the surface found dead. Alright. It's going to take a little while to recover all the stuff. All the bodies and stuff like that. Get them all hauled away. Stuffed in tombs. And otherwise dealt with. The Queen has mandated the construction of certain goods. Armor stands. I believe those are still being produced. Actually, no, they aren't. Okay. We'll give those high priority orders. I think our glass makers are both okay. Well, one of them was. Did we lose a glass maker out of that? That would annoy me greatly if true. I think we did. Damn it. Alright, how do I fix this problem? We'll just have to live with only one glass maker for the time being. Wait, are there any other important jobs that have no one assigned? We lost one of our smiths, apparently. That's a problem. It was the better one that we lost, too. Which annoys me a lot. And we lost our jeweler. Damn it. I'm pretty sure it was that stupid ghost that opened the hatch covers. Because nothing else was in the area that could open them, and I didn't know that ghosts could even open them damn things. Oh well. It looks like people are healing. We've got 4 injured instead of 5 injured. That did widen up the population mood a little bit. Just a little bit. Alright. Well, the biggest problem was losing that jeweler, because we've been training the jeweler for a long time. Thankfully, training a jeweler is cheap. Unfortunately, it doesn't really matter how cheap it is. I want armor stands now. Okay, yeah, we're doing that. Wait, why is the... Oh, because this is set to only... No? Oh, because they're injured, I bet. Yeah. Glassmaker. Rest. Need a crutch. Alright, I don't think I have any wood to make wooden crutches, so we're gonna have to make some metal ones. I think we can make metal crutches anyway. Apparently we can't. Alright. At least not there. Okay, we can make metal crutches. Can I make them out of anything cheaper? Wood, but that's more expensive, not cheaper. I think copper is about the cheapest we're going to get. We'll make 5 of them. Need a Dwarf Fortress cat emote? Yeah. caught a giant cardinal in a cage trap. I suppose that's cool. Okay. Crutches are being made. Finally. I should get some of these idiots moving again. Blacksmith cancels clean. 2 injured. That's fine. Looks like most of the people are at least back on their feet and out of the hospital. Okay. Going to take a while to clean everything up. Basically, I need to pay attention to surface weather conditions so I can order everyone inside every time things are about to get exciting. But aside from that, there's just a lot of stuff to haul inside. And a good bit of it needs to go into coffins. But anyway. Place in traction. No available traction bench. We do have available traction bench. It's just not built. So, let's add one. Preemptively preparing a large crypt? What do you mean preemptively? Oh, you mean digging it out? Well, yeah. That was preemptive, I guess. Installing the coffins did end up not being preemptive, though. Particularly because some damn, I think it was a ghost, went and unlocked our hatch covers multiple times in a row. And let a bunch of dwarves out, who then proceeded to go get their asses killed. Thankfully, we didn't lose any of the really critical ones, but we did lose a few somewhat important ones. Yeah. I had orders in to make a slab for said ghost, but he ended up delaying installation of said slab on his own by a bit. Look, I just installed the traction bench. Oh, let me guess. The hospital doesn't quite cover that tile. It does not. Alright. There we go. Now you can stop whining about there not being a traction bench. Needs splint. We should still have some copper splints. Maybe there's not enough copper splints. Alright, let's go and put in the work order for like 5 more copper splints. Okay. Yeah, we didn't lose either of our miners. We did lose one of our glass makers. I think the more skilled one once again. We lost our fairly highly skilled jeweler. That's the main one that is a problem. But jeweler is strictly optional, honestly. The second glassmaker is the one that was annoying. No, the splints are not in a chest in a hospital, but they don't need to be either. It's helpful if they are, but it's like the thread and cloth and stuff. They'll grab it from wherever if there's none in the hospital. Migrants. Actually welcome for once. Actually not welcome for once. Because they immediately ran into a gloom cloud, it looks like. Wait, there's not any... Did they just discover gloom husks that I didn't know of their existence before? There's no cloud there. Or anywhere else in the area. Oh, there's a cloud right there. Well, that's a bit of a problem. Hopefully these aren't trap avoid gloom husks, because I don't want to close the door with people outside. I really hope that wasn't our good glass maker. It was. Well, that's unfortunate. I think our population still went up a little bit. Alright, everybody get their asses inside. Expedition leader died. We might just roll back to a previous save. Because everything has kind of gone to shit since that stupid ghost opened up the entrance. Yeah, you know what? We're going to do that. Yeah, there's no way to just load a save because that would make sense. Okay. Now, I think it's this one. And hopefully this one is before that point. Okay, well there's a lot of dead stuff outside. But the hatch covers are all both locked. Okay, there's a bunch of non-memorialized dwarves, but none of them are ghosts. Okay, so this is indeed before everything went to shit. Now, if I remember correctly, at this point, I had pulled that lever. Or was that a little bit in the future yet? Anyway, we sealed up the outside. We should still have... two firecrafters. Yeah, okay. Legendary glassmaker, adequate glassmaker. They're skilled by the time the legendary one dies. But they're definitely not legendary. Okay. Now, everyone can go out here and collect stuff, including this stupid yak, who I am going to murderize. Okay. And then we did end up penning some... Okay, yeah, I remember what happened now. Alright. We're not going outside. I'm tempted to build a wall across there. Because we're probably never going to use this entrance ever again. Because we have this much better entrance down here. That was built much later. Okay. Now, let's slowly and laboriously designate tombs. Because for some reason, doing it the old way, where you just select a coffin and set it to be used for burial, is no longer good enough for the game. You can't do that anymore. Because that made sense and was relatively sane. Nope. Instead, you have to designate a bazillion little tombs individually. Because that's a good idea. In case you're wondering, I am being very sarcastic. It is absolutely not a good idea. It is a terrible idea, matter of fact. Alright. We should have a cage somewhere with a dead dwarf inside of it. The real question is which one it is. If I remember correctly, once they're dead, it doesn't show up properly. Yeah, that's not going to be a workable solution for finding it. Okay. We have a dwarf cage, a dwarf cage, and a dwarf cage. Those all contain living problem children, so to speak. That's one of the empties. But good luck figuring out which one. Good luck figuring out which one. Oh, there it is. Alright, that was easier than expected. Or at least that is a cage that had a body in it. Okay, yeah, that was him. Alright. Lovely. Now, hopefully that fixes their random drop orders, or their drop sorted order problems. Because for some reason they weren't actually properly configured. Okay. And we can't assign anyone else to a squad because they're minors and... yeah. Okay. Lovely. Now, that can go... These are set up properly. Okay, good deal. Encrust furniture with cut glass forever. Cut raw glass into gems forever. I should put work orders in for this. Restarts if completed, check daily. Okay, good deal. Order them to cut at least 10 a day with that work order. And then encrust furniture with cut glass. Restarts if completed, check daily. Okay. I should keep all the furniture in the fort encrusted one way or the other. Now, back to the original plan, which was to move the queen into her new bedrooms as soon as possible. Queen wants more large gems. Okay. Lovely. Two of our dwarves are pretty unhappy. Mr. Tavern Keeper, why are you unhappy? Because you have a ton of unmet needs. Why? You've got a good bedroom. There's a frickin' temple you can go use anytime you like. Right over here. Go wander your fat ass over there and use it. Oh well. So basically everyone's carrying a weapon around at least now. And they've finally stopped dropping them. Oh, whoops. Go bury his ass. I only have one green glass coffin in stock. I thought I had a bunch of those ordered to be made. Apparently not. Alright, well let's put in another work order for green glass coffins. And let's order, oh, I don't know, 25 of them. Okay. Good deal. I should get some kind of defense that works against trap-avoid creatures. Other than just soldiers. Because right now I don't have enough population to really dedicate a group to training. Okay, they're complaining they don't have any furniture to encrust. Seriously? There's plenty of furniture to encrust. What do you want about? They can do armor stands and stuff, can't they? We've got 57 green glass armor stands. Unless they can't do green glass armor stands. It might be green glass furniture can't be encrusted and only the stone one stuff can. Alright, that appears to be the case. So they're certainly complaining about not being able to find anything improvable. And we've got lots and lots of glass furniture. Alright. Let's go ahead and remove the encrust furniture work order then. So it stops annoying me. And let's put in encrust finished goods. Because I definitely have some of that to work on. Alright, now. Queen's bedrooms. And other rooms for that matter. Masterwork pieces only, please. We should have enough of them, because we've had a legendary glassmaker make over 50 of them. And so out of 50, we should get enough masterworks to hopefully do all this. We might be a little tiny bit short, or we might have exactly enough. I think we have exactly enough masterwork doors to fill the door slots. Okay. Do we have any masterwork beds at all? We have a high wood bed. But it's not masterwork. We've got some exceptional beds up there. There's a masterwork bed. Alright. Sorry, random dwarf. I don't think anyone had that as their bedroom. Alright, let's go ahead and install. Okay, ghostly gem cutter. Now, encrust furniture with cut gems. We'll put an actual gem on it. Okay. Now, furniture, slab, boom, boom. Do now. Okay, ghost has been gotten rid of. Are they encrusting a minecart? They are. Okay, how about no? There's no way to pick a specific piece of furniture, is there? Okay. How about we don't do that then? Let's put in a crust furniture with glass order, and we'll just keep an eye on it. Okay, and let's stop encrusting finished goods because they're wasting glass on clothing that's in terrible shape. Okay, there we go. Bed. Let's cancel encrust furniture. Let's do with foot cut gems. And they should use the bed that's already available. Do this first, damn you. Okay. Square brilliant cut green zircons used to encrust a bed. You better do a good job of this. Yeah, okay. It's finely crafted. I suppose it's better than no decoration at all. Alright. Now, that is going to be the new queen's bedroom. It's not done, but it should be better than what they have. Especially once we go ahead and install the rest of the furniture. Okay. We'll put in 5 masterwork green glass boxes. And then 5 masterwork green glass cabinets. All right. Lovely. And then I kind of want to engrave these rooms before I start putting in statues, so we'll leave the statue alcoves empty for now. The armor stands and weapon racks will go somewhere else. One of the other rooms. Okay. Great bedroom. So it's already better than what they had, but it's still not royal. It'll get there sooner or later. Now, a masterwork green glass throne. A masterwork green glass table. And then this is going to be the Queen's throne room. Okay. It would help if I spelled that right. Alright, there's no way that isn't better than their existing throne room. Yeah, they have a decent study now instead of a meager one. And that's before they even get the table and chair installed. much less all the artifacts and stuff like that could go in there. Okay. Let's straight up remove that assignment. Okay, so now they have a good enough dining room because of all the artifacts in there, basically. They have a splendid study, a great bedroom, a fine tomb, and a royal dining room. Well, we're going to build them a new dining room over here in a moment. They're out of sand-bearing items. Wants coins. I think we have enough copper for this. Maybe I'll have to work on making a coin melter eventually. I don't know if that still works or not. It used to be that if you had a way to separate stacks of coins out into individual coins, each one would melt down to 1/10 of a bar, which allowed you to make a lot of bars from a single bar. Okay, why are you complaining about not having enough sand? Go collect sand, you lazy bastards. Alright. Let's continue smoothing the fort. A lot of smoothing to do. We might as well smooth everything we can reach. I don't really care about smoothing the entryway, I guess. You know what? How about we don't? At least not this part of it. We'll smooth the parts accessible to everyday dwarves and leave everything from the final safe line outward unsmoothed. Yeah. Good enough for who it's for. Alright, back to working on getting the queen's rooms up to snuff. Okay, I do have enough masterwork green glass tables. Let's do it here, actually. Yeah, this is better. All right, we'll set up with 2 tables and 2 chairs. So that if there ends up being a king someday, he will have a place to eat as well. All right. Dining hall. Go. Assign it to the queen. He already has a royal dining room, but that's fine. Did I? That should do it. All right. Sorry, Your Highness, but that room is going away. As is this one. Because this furniture all got to get stripped out of here. All got to go. This is not a suitable room for any reasonable habitation. Like, some of the furniture is good quality and most of it's not, because it was made a long time ago in the early days of this fortress. There's a few masterworks in there, but... Alright. Now, weapon racks and armor stands. Let's put those... Also, they need more coffers. Okay. Let's put the extra coffers in the throne room, under the theory that they will hold valuables. And therefore deserve to be heaped full of coins and such like behind the queen. The weapon racks and armor stands, I'm tempted to put in the tomb. Yeah. Yeah, we'll put them in the tomb. All right. these bits. And that bit. Accept. Assign. To the queen. Alright. Now, it's highly unlikely we'll ever actually bury the queen here. If the queen does die, there's a extremely solid chance that I'll just delete the room and bury her someplace else and then recreate the room for the next royal that needs to be buried here. I might build them a nice room somewhere else, or I might just bury them in the catacombs with everyone, but one way or another, it doesn't matter after they're dead. They don't care how fancy their tomb is. Okay. Okay. And with that, they should have all the furniture they need, all the rooms they need. They're just not good enough. But they're better than they were, notably. Okay. Let's continue uninstalling old furniture. That was put here in a desperate attempt to boost room value without it ever really being that useful. I mean, it helped boost room value, but it didn't boost it enough to matter. Well, I can tell where a lot of the large gems have been going. Okay. There we go. I'm probably going to repurpose, at least one of these rooms can be repurposed into a hospital. And one of them is probably going to be repurposed into office for the expedition leader. Stuff like that. Mandate. No, you don't actually need anything. Okay. Now. I want a weapon rack. Think about displaying the fortress artifacts in the main area here. But, nah. We'll put them in the queen's rooms. We'll put the weapon rack here by the door. We'll put the glass pedestal with the fancy Warhammer here. weapons. Warhammer. Alright. And we had a coffer, I think, was the other one. Yeah. Okay. Lovely. That should boost room values a good bit. Yep. Now they just need a better dining room and throne room. Okay, dining room's not surprising. Throne room is a little surprising, though. Alright, once they're done smoothing everything, we're going to have them start engraving stuff. And that should result in a pretty substantial increase in value of everything. And also, once we've engraved these areas, we're going to install statues in all these nooks. And that will definitely make the room value high enough. The Queen has mandated construction of armor stands. Alright, if you insist. Alright. I'm going to remove that statue just because it's not particularly useful there. Okay. Now, we've got plenty of food and drink. Pretty much everybody's just eating raw plum helmets, which isn't ideal. But oh well. Let's go ahead and pull the lever for the inner gate. Damn cat! Alright, we'll pull the lever for the inner gate. We'll pull the lever for the inner gate. There we go. Alright, now we'll pull the lever for the outer gate. I would really like to go outside and collect all of those bodies and stuff. It would be very unsafe to do so. But maybe someday those will die of something and I'll be able to go out there again. Cat is fighting. Okay. I should have clicked on that to see what the cat was fighting. Probably not important no matter what it was. Probably not important. Alright, do I have any beds? I have a singular highwood bed. Alright, do I have any wood? Let's put that bed here in a bedroom. Because that is the only bedroom that's not finished out. Okay. We have 40 bedrooms plus the queen's bedroom now. Alright, lovely. Let's go ahead and make an office for the expedition leader. He already has an office, but let's be a permanent one. Okay. Flip the corners as appropriate, except assigned holder of role, expedition leader or mayor. Boom. Lovely. Now, let's go delete his old office. Particularly because it's a piece of crap temporary office that was built very early on. Okay. The Queen has mandated the construction of armor stands. Okay. Suppose they could ask for worse. All right. Now, it's mostly just a matter of waiting for the miners to finish smoothing everything. Which is going to take a little while. Perhaps a day or two. While we're doing that, get some tombs made. We're going to need him for all the migrants who will show up and immediately die to the what are our columns? Gloom husks. Whether because they got rolled over by a gloom cloud, or whether because they run into gloom cloud from the last, or run into migrants from the last wave, who also did not make it inside. Both are distinct possibilities. And because this game is dumb sometimes, we're going to have to reorder smoothing for everywhere where a coffin was installed. So they can smooth underneath coffins. It cancels that order when you Does DF hack allow you to auto-assign a room to a role? Yes. Yes, it does. Right there. You can pick whatever role you want. Which is fairly handy. I really, really, really hate how tedious it is to designate tombs. Like, you can't use multi because multi doesn't work unless there's a door between each one. So you have to manually, for every single one, assign a tomb. And I tried assigning a room as a tomb with multiple coffins in it, and that didn't seem to work. They would assign it to bury one person in that room and call it a day. If it's on by default, it must be enabled. I haven't changed any DFX settings except whatever I could access through whatever UI I had injected. So I'm going to assume that that is on by default. Matter of fact, rather than trying to figure out what we needed to install DFX nowadays, I just installed it through Steam. Decided, what's the worst that could happen? Let's see how well this works nowadays. It turns out it worked pretty well. The default configuration seems a lot more sane than the old DFX default configuration would be. Yeah, I really don't like how mods installed through Steam, how you can't activate them as a default option when you're generating a world. You have to turn mods on every single time you generate a world, and that is inconvenient, to say the least. But it works, so can't be too bad, I suppose. I suspect that is the sound of more doom, destruction, and despair arriving outside of our fort. The migrants have arrived. Well, sucks to be you. Good luck making it inside. You're gonna need it. Ooh, actually, a bunch of them made it. All right. Well, let's wait till everybody's here. Do I care about their random stray animals? No, I don't. Okay. Pull the lever. The lever is pulled. Pull the inner lever. Welcome to the fort. Get your asses in here. I forgot to pause that meeting hall before. Well, let's pause now. Get your asses out of there and in here, so I can reverse the levers again. Okay, welcome in, everyone. You're about the first group of migrants in a very long time to make it safely. Idiots. For the bridge. Get your asses inside. I'm talking to you. Okay. That should be everyone inside. There's a moody dwarf claiming a workshop. That's good for him. Lower the outer lever. Okay, where'd he claim? Glassmaker has been possessed. Alright. Oh, he's an adequate glassmaker. Well, maybe we'll have him make glass. I already have a legendary glassmaker who was trained the old-fashioned way. But anyway. Come on, hurry up. Make me something cool. A perfect green glass gem. Well, we'll mount that somewhere. Let's go ahead and assign a glass pedestal to be made. Okay. Wait. Okay, I guess not. Yeah, I thought I saw a weird improved something masterfully message, but I don't see one in the list here. Actually, this list in reverse order. Okay. I think I was looking at this. The statue of masterfully. They're improving a lot of the crap that we removed from the Queen's bedroom now. Or the Queen's old bedroom. Okay. Let's build the display. Let's put it here. And we'll assign it to display a large gem. Large gem. this one. It has a fancy name and everything. Wow, we've got a lot of large gems. I should probably create a large gem stockpile that is allowed to use bins. Just so we have a place to quickly grab them and hold all of them to the trade depot if we ever get a chance to trade. Alright, so did that improve your room enough that you're happy with it? It's a grand dining room now. So it improved it significantly. But not enough to max it out. Alright, well, engraving will handle that once we get around to starting engraving. Which we're actually not that far away from. Okay, we're kind of far away from. But not as far as you might expect. I wish I'd remembered to smooth underneath the bridge before I built it. It's pretty much too late now. I'm not tearing that bridge out. Matter of fact, I've been considering building a wall across here. But it is nice to have a secondary emergency entrance, I suppose. Okay. Well, we're up to 35 population. We have 40 bedrooms. We're still good on that. Let's go into labors. And let's make sure everyone who doesn't have a labor is properly assigned to be a hauler. So they don't wander around and do shit I don't want them to do. Namely, please don't use any of the fancy crafting workshops to do fancy crafting work. Also, this would be a good time to unscrew the, okay, no, that's fine. All right. So I have repurposed this. Let's just rename it actually. Medic. And then hauler is going to do recover wounded, feed patients. And medic is going to do all that and more. Okay. Okay. Pretty much everything that matters except hunting tasks is assigned to somebody. I don't care about any of the animal training bullcrap. All right. Lovely. Now, not sure where I want to start engraving. Probably should start engraving the stockpile level. That's a place people spend a lot of time in. Or, you know, going past. But also it's not important enough that the low quality engravings that are inevitably going to end up there as the first place we start engraving will be a big deal. That or I couldn't start engraving the catacombs. Actually, that might be a better idea. Because nobody's ever going to go to the catacombs, so if all the low quality engravings are there, nobody will ever mind. And then when we start getting to the point where they start spamming our notifications about masterwork engravings, then we can go engrave the Queen's area. At least that is the theory. Alright, how is everybody doing for clothing right now? It looks like they're still in okay shape. Some of them are a little worn out. I'd really like to get everybody over to wearing armor instead. Then we don't need to stock a little bit of clothing for the kids. I don't have enough metal for that right now, though. I need to go down a few levels and start digging out proper mines, looking for hematite and stuff. Speaking of which, we did dig through some marble there, so I wonder if I have any... I can make a steel bar. No. Okay. Because we do have a pig iron bar left over. I thought I ordered... Oh, he's outside, that's why. Alright, well that's going to become a problem someday. Provided... Yeah. They'll get run over by a cloud and that'll be the end of those things. Probably. We run out of furniture to improve. Which is fine, I suppose. Speaking of furniture to improve, I did set this stockpile. No, I did not. Okay, no bins. No bins. Just in case I ever do build bins, I don't want them to be used for any of these. Okay, that one is set properly already. The Queen has mandated construction of certain goods. What do you want now? Armor stand, large gems, and coins. Okay. We've got to be running low on copper. Okay. Let's see if there's any actual gems to cut as well. We do have a legendary gem cutter, so why not? Alright, add new task, green glass. Make raw green glass. Forever. We're gonna run into sand troubles again. Aren't we? Okay, please cut a large gem. There we go. Okay. Lovely. Now, are we completely done smoothing the fortress? It kind of looks like it. Obviously, only the upper levels of the fortress are smoothed, but still. Okay, so it's time to engrave then. Engrave the catacombs first. Thankfully, I had the foresight to go in and fix it so that they don't have, by default, everyone engrave. That is the dumbest possible thing you could ever do. I think engravings still have quality. I guess if they removed quality from engravings, then oh well. So far they don't seem to have a quality, but that's fine because these guys are all novice engravers. Well, dabbling. Yeah, we'll leave them to it. I'll check back later to see if any of them have gained, if they're making anything with quality. Mandated construction of goods. Again, still. 3 more sets of coins. Please stop it with the coins. How the hell many coins do we have at this point? Okay, we still have plenty of copper, so we're good on that. Let's just put in a work order for it. I can't be bothered to order them all manually. Okay. Now, we were going to turn one of these rooms into a hospital. Unfortunately, I don't think we have any beds available. No, we don't. So, we should solve that problem first. I don't want to grab any beds out of the bedrooms. We're down to 25 drinks. Are you lazy bastards refusing to brew again? What happened to the brewing work order? Alright, let's put in a work order just for this shop. Brew drink from plant. Let's set 25. Set condition. If amount of drinks available is here. Boom. Let's use this condition. We'll change the number, of course. If there's less than 50 drinks in stock, then make at least 25 drinks. Okay. That should work out. Oh. Ghost. somebody get their ass down here and get this guy a lab. Wow, how long does it take you to engrave the damn thing? There we go. Okay. Furniture. Slab. These 2 slab rooms are full already. So we'll start the next one. Get wrecked, ghost. Okay, the coin mandate's being taken care of. I need to improve those rooms. There's no way they removed quality from engravings. It's just because they're a bunch of noobs. Once they stop being dabbling, we'll start seeing stuff pop up, I'm sure. Okay, brew orders are in. I should order some cave wheat in the autumn. No. What I need to do is I need to put in another set of farms. Oh, wait. Missed a spot. There we go. All right. Kind of annoying that you can build roads over top of saplings, but you can't just build a farm over top of it. So you have to build a road, then tear the road down before it's finished usually, so it tears down a little faster. And then build the farm plot while the dirt's still... The fortress attracted no migrants this season. Oh no, what will we ever do? We'll just have to live without it. Okay, what did you order? Coins again? We're just not allowed to have any metal in this fort. They'll have to go into minting coins. Bunch of bastards. Okay, so we want to remove this building right then, as soon as they finish the step of furrowing the dirt, or, you know, stripping off the grass, basically. Saves a little bit of time because I don't have to finish it. Unfortunately, there's some cavern floor bits in this farm. Some inclusions. Which is a bit sad for us. Means the farm plot won't be able to cover those two tiles. But oh well, it will do. I'll just go ahead and put some green glass floor over top of them. And we can just pretend that it was intended to be that way. Okay, this one will probably be used to grow cave wheat in the fall. No. Cave wheat in the summer. I don't want to grow, if I can avoid it, I don't want to grow anything in a season that's the last season it can grow in, if that makes any sense. So we'll grow quarry bushes in the summer. No. We'll grow cave wheat in the summer. Dimple cuts in the autumn. Because we might as well. And then we'll leave it fallow winter and spring. We could do dimple cups year round, except summer. We'll do quarry bushes in the spring. Alright, that works out. And then we'll leave the other... We'll probably not do anything with the other farm plot for now. Because really the only reason we're growing the other crops is so we can have alcohol variety. Okay. As soon as this is removed, put in a farm plot. Lovely. Lovely, lovely. Kind of interesting that cave grass keeps trying to grow up underneath the farm plot and then disappears periodically. You would think they would put some kind of check in to not try to grow in those tiles instead of letting it grow and then deleting it. But anyway. Still getting no quality engravings. Well, that's why we have them doing their engraving work up here in an area where no one's ever going to go or care about. 1 thieving or mischievous creature. A naked mole dog. 4 thieving or mischievous creatures. More naked mole dogs. Thankfully, I believe that said thieving or mysterious creatures are fully walled off from our area. We don't need to worry about them. Okay. That should take care of the Queen's mandates. Lovely. I'm glad I walled off a section of the caverns. And I really should do something about this open passage to the well reservoir. Probably the only thing I can do is build a floor out here, put in a screw pump like crazy right here, and then try to build a wall into there. Or not a wall, but a fortification would be better. But I don't know if that's something reasonable or not. We could probably build a fishing thing out here too. It seems like a large enough water pool that we could probably fish out of it without too much trouble. Yeah, I don't know. If I was going to try fishing out of it, if I was going to fix the water channel, then building a fishing colony out over top of this would be a good idea. I could do that at the same time. Build a green glass wall to here, across there, skipping that tile and maybe this tile. I don't know. Put a pump in here, just pump up right back out into the... Yeah. I think we could pump fast enough to get a thing built in there. It might be a little dangerous. That'd be the big problem. Armor stands. That's easy to deal with. Thankfully. Okay. Five hostiles. Oh. Okay. The yak got flouted. That's fine. Okay, the Queen's mandate's been taken care of. I don't know if getting her rooms to where she actually wants them would change the mandates any. I don't think they would. Okay, this kid's really unhappy for some reason. Sucks to be him, I guess. I could build some toys or something that might help. Okay. Guinea's been missing. I think we all know what happened to that guinea. It probably got yacked. Okay. A well-crafted engraving. We're finally getting some quality engravings. There's still crap quality engravings, mind you. But it is a quality. Alright. I was going to continue drilling down so we can find second and third level caverns. Maybe the magma sea. But the miners are all busy doing important labor. Namely, they're learning how to engrave. So I think that's off for the time being. There's the caravan. Good luck, guys. You're gonna need it. Yeah. I don't think the caravan made it, guys. Hurry up. They did beat the shit out of this thing, but it's got a lot of scars. I don't think it's going to last for that long before it. Basically unbreakable, mighty, very slow to tire, and very agile. Yeah, we're not killing that thing. Not unless we have extremely high level, well-equipped guys. Alright, well, so much for getting a caravan from the home city. Make large gems. Okay, we can do that easily enough. No, we can't because we don't have any raw glass. Eh, it'll happen on its own. Let's order more raw glass made, though. Okay. Another doom cloud. All right. That'll have to do. There's some hematite I should dig out. And here's a bunch of marble that I should dig out. Tetrahedrite. Eventually we'll start mining out the walls of the main staircase, but yeah, right now the problem is the miners are all busy. The miners are all busy. More piglets. Okay, we're going to have to put in an auto butcher order for pigs, I think. Uh-oh, ghost. I should just go ahead and grave slabs for everyone, but I'm hoping I can get the bodies in before we have to do that. Okay. Get a slab. Put it over there. Boom. Top priority. Alright, no more ghost. Alright. I could tear out the inner bridge and smooth underneath it. Probably later. Not a huge priority. The moderate priority, if anything. How's the dwarfing going? Oh, pretty good so far. We've started engraving the catacombs in an effort to train our dwarves up. Get the engraving up. Uh-oh, migrants. Well, good luck, guys. You're gonna need it. I will activate the meeting hall for you. If you can make it there, then I'll let you in. Okay, there's 2 people. How many migrants do we have? 4, it looks like. Well, 2 of them made it. Not sure where the other 2 are. We'll just wait a bit till they show up. Okay, there's 3. Well, where's number 4? Okay, a wood burner, a peasant, a blacksmith. A wood burner, a peasant, a blacksmith. I think the 4th one may have run into some health problems. Perhaps. Yes. I think there's the 4th one right there. Alright. Well, that indicates that no one else will be arriving, so let's close the outer doors. I'm not sure who discovered the tame rabbit, because I don't see anyone in the area. For that matter, I don't know who found that clothier. Okay, is the outer door closed yet? No, it is not. Close the outer gates. Okay, the outer gate is closed. Open the inner gates. Turn off the meeting hall. All right, can you idiots proceed into the fortress? But where is what's-his-face, the clothier we were traveling with? Don't worry, I'm sure he's fine. All right, close the inner gates. Open the outer gates. The queen has mandated more coins. We shall mint more coins then, I suppose. All right. Lovely. How are your skills coming along? You are a novice engraver. Battle continues outside. And I'm rather glad this is not a biome where stuff spontaneously rises. Because we would have undead all over outside. It's bad enough that it's one that turns any living creature caught outside into undead. That's quite exciting enough. Okay, so why exactly are you... A moody dwarf is claiming a workshop. Stoneworker. Alright. Hopefully you grab an interesting stone. Legendary stone cutter, grandmaster miner, talented stone carver, proficient mason. Hopefully he makes a piece of furniture. He got some gneiss and some emerald cut green glass gems. Well, he could have done a lot better than that, but hopefully it's furniture. It should be furniture. I think stoneworkers always produce furniture. Which should get a legendary mason out of the deal, which I'm okay with. Actually, what kind of mood is it? When possessed. Okay, so we're not going to get a legendary anything. Boo. Possessed is the worst kind of mood because it gives you an artifact, but it doesn't give you a dwarf that actually has skills. Well, okay, there are worse kinds of mood. It could be so much worse. It's a gneiss earring. Well, that is a thing that does exist, I guess. Let's make a green glass pedestal, and we can stick it in one of the queen's rooms and actually use it for something useful. There's a green glass crown there. Okay. Which room is probably the most important to get going here? Dining room or throne room? We'll put it in the throne room. I should make a bunch of pedestals so we can tear these out and replace them with all masterwork ones. Alright, assign new item. It was an earring, I believe. So that would be under... Is that a separate category? Yes, it is. Okay. Boom. Niece earring. I should probably boost the value of that room up high enough that they stop complaining about it. Nope. It's still just a splendid study. That's mildly annoying. Oh well. What are our current mandates? Large gems. That should clear itself on its own. I think we're having a little bit of trouble keeping up on the green glass. On the sand, I mean. This should give me a slightly better idea of how much sand we have. Let's tear out the remains of the old hospital. And let's go ahead and build another basic blast furnace. Turns out we're out of box type blocks. Okay. I want to use box type blocks just so it matches all the other buildings. Remove that hospital. And let's go ahead and build a new hospital. Okay, new hospital. As doctor, we will assign the chief medical dwarf. Okay. Now, we do have a bed available. Wait, was I going to make this into the hospital? I considered it. I don't think I'm going to, though. Okay, we have a bed. We have a table. Okay, and then we have 2 traction benches. All right. I don't think I have any wood left in the fortress. But just to check, let's order beds made. Nope. Okay. It's probably a good idea to crack open the caverns and grab some wood real fast. Might be a good idea. We've got another goods mandate. Please stop with those. Thank you. They're armor stands. Okay, that's easy. Okay. 3 starving, dehydrated, or drowsy units. No. I hate to tell you that, dude, but the units you're referring to, I'm pretty sure they're dead. Oh, wait. No, it's stuff in cages. Referring to the donkeys and goats and stuff like that in the cages. Well, there's nothing we can do about that. Goodbye, small animals, or large animals, as the case may be. I do have a place I could graze you, but it is a long ways away and not safe. At all. Or at least it's not safe to get you. It is safe to put you there. If we could somehow... Yeah, anyway. Oh, I should put some coffers in the hospital. Okay. Now, Operation Cavernwood. Any advice on how to get good at the game? Well, step 1 would be playing it. Past that, I don't really know. You just kind of have to learn over time, I guess. All right, let's put another cavern puncture there. I don't know. I don't really like those hatch cover style. I think we're going to do this one with a drawbridge, maybe. Then again, I would like to claim more area. Did I set up my workshops any special way? Somewhat. One thing that's particularly helpful is if you want to, for example, make a lot of furniture out of one particular kind of stone, but you don't want to... Like, you can go in if you want to, say, make, what's that, rock altar, and you want to make it out of andesite. You could do it by selecting rock altar and then andesite over and over and over again if you want to make 10 of them. Or you could go issue a work order, either here or in the actual work order menu. But sometimes if you just want to add like an armor stand, a coffer, a door, just one off a whole bunch of orders, but you all want them made out of the same material, it's better to set up a stockpile for that material nearby and then link it to the workshop so that workshop can only use those materials. Then you don't have to order what material you want to use. It's forced by the stockpile. That is a useful but kind of limited technique. It's particularly good early game where you're making a lot of small numbers of things, and if you're OCD and care what they're made out of, then that can be helpful. Also, here I have a couple stockpiles that are not linked, they're just close by, and that's purely just to keep the dwarf from having to run quite so much. Whatever random dwarves are assigned hauling labors can do the job of hauling from the main stocks down to here. Speaking of main stockpiles, this is the main stockpiles for the entire fort. And this fort's not incredibly old, but it's not terribly young either. It's like 5 years old. Almost. There's a large number of items in these piles. Why 3x3 stairs? Just that's how I've always done it. There's nothing particularly special about 3x3 stairs. Matter of fact, there technically are some better ways to do this. Anyway, this is a good old minecart quantum stockpile. You have a stockpile set to accept whatever you want to store. And then it's got a minecart route with a track stop underneath the minecart set to dump into another single tile stockpile. It's kind of complicated to set these up. There's some things you can't store in them. Anything you can't store the items in bins very easily. You can't store items in barrels very easily, at least. So you need to not use barrels for food if you're going to do that, or not use bins for your normal stockpiles. It works particularly, it's relatively easy to set up for stone and wood and other large items like that. Then you can still use bins. But you don't want to use a single stockpile for everything, particularly not, because if you assign refuse to a stockpile that also contains good items, the good items will rot. Because refuse stockpiles cause items to deteriorate in them, except certain items like bone. Kind of weird. Anyway, for stairs, there is actually some argument to be made for using a 3x3 staircase, but leaving the center tile not stairs, and then building like statues or something on every level. So that when people are running up and down the stairs, they're walking past those statues, getting exposed to their beauty. You don't want to use a 1x1 staircase, because doors have to crawl over each other to get up and down those stairs, and whereas with a larger staircase, they would shift to a different tile and keep going up. They won't slow each other down as much on a larger staircase. 2x2 is fine. 1x2 is fine, I guess, compared to a 1x1. Anything's better than a 1x1 for high traffic areas. Also, there are some arguments to be made for not making tall staircases at all, because it is possible, if you have people fighting on a staircase, for them to fall all the way to the bottom. And depending on how tall your staircase is, that could be a problem. My solution to that is try not to fight on staircases if you don't have to. It's definitely not an ideal solution, though. But I tend to like to build my fortresses centered around a single central staircase, because it's a little more efficient than spreading it out. In particular, by keeping everything relatively close to the central stockpiles, it helps make travel times for storing things low. This big stockpile up here is for drink. It isn't even close to full, but drink can't be stored in the quantum stockpile easily, at least, or reliably, which is why it's got its own separate one. Seeds are another thing you don't want to store in quantum stockpiles, really, because they get wonky. Anything that has to be stored inside of a container isn't great for these quantum stockpiles. Largely because, particularly if they grab the container to go get more of something, it holds all those items hostage while the container is being drug around. But some of that may be less true today than it used to be in older versions too. Trapped catch. On which level was it? I don't think there's any trapped cats. Nope. We got another mandate. What do you want? Nothing. Okay, good. Go away. Alright. Yeah, no. These are all accessible. This is... Okay, this is actually an interesting trick you might find useful. Because there's... The only way to pass between these two rooms is diagonally. This room is used as a refuse stockpile. So... Dead creatures, mostly. Bones. Stuff like that. But dead creatures is the main reason why this is this way. Because if you get a dead carcass dumped in here and it starts to rot, it will start creating those beautiful purple stink clouds that your dwarves detest and complain loudly about. However, those clouds cannot spread diagonally. So by making it so the only way in and out of the room is by moving diagonally, it contains it to this room. That's very old feature of the game from back when diagonal movement wasn't even possible. Long before my time. But yeah, if you're going to have your refuse stockpiles indoors, doing some kind of passage where they have to move diagonally to get into it is a good idea. The 3x1 bedrooms are fine. They're not great bedrooms. Let's find somebody who actually has a bedroom assigned. He's got modest quarters. So it's not great rooms. But let's see. That's not the button to do that anymore. They're compact. Later when you start engraving things, if you engrave them to a decent quality, they will get pretty valuable enough to keep everybody happy. They definitely will not work for any nobles, but for random normal dwarves, if you have a cabinet and a coffer, they'll be reasonably happy with it. If you want to be a little fancier, it's quite easy to do bedrooms like this. And do 3x2. And that only takes about a little less than twice with the space. Has less wall, because it doesn't need any more wall. They're relatively easy to designate. And you have more room to put engravings and smooth floor and other things that make dwarves happy. 2x2 is fine. I like 2x3 a little better if I'm going for extra bedrooms. For no particular reason. Well, okay, there is a reason actually. But it's not a reason you have to worry about. The reason is because back in days of yore when you pretty much controlled the game entirely with the keyboard, if you hit left or right with the camera instead of the arrow key, with the camera control hotkeys instead of the cursor control hotkeys, it moves by 11 tiles. So if you're moving 11 tiles at a time and you're using a 3-wide hallway, then you end up with 3-wide rooms. If you're not using keyboard controls for designating your rooms, there's no reason to do them that size. But if you're doing keyboard controls, then you would do something like... Man, I'm rusty. Like that. Or if you want the larger ones. And then you would come back later with like that to notch them out. Anyway. Oh, I don't mind answering questions at all. Most of my Dwarf Fortress hours were spent in before the Steam release was a thing. Which means, somewhat ironically, I'm a lot more comfortable with the mouse controls now. Because all the keyboard controls changed from the old version to the Steam version. And so I was really practiced with the old keyboard controls. And then when I came back to try the Steam version, they were all different. And so none of my muscle memory transferred. So I basically had to relearn the game, and the mouse was right there, and I relearned it the mouse way. Yeah, the old keyboard controls weren't great. They were definitely inconsistent, and yeah, they weren't perfect, let's put it that way. But they're probably a lot more consistent now than they used to be. Alright, let's go ahead and crack these. I'm trying to decide how I want to crack open the caverns. I want to do it in a safe manner. Yeah, there are a bunch of pigs. I'm going to have to set up butchering for them eventually. They're getting a little overpopulated, which is fine, but also they are fresh meat, readily preserved, just waiting for when I need them. Okay. I think what I'm going to do... I don't like that. You know, actually, this will work fine. Yeah, this will work fine. Okay. My brain keeps, even after all this time, my brain keeps going, oh yes, hit D to enter designation mode. That is not how you do that anymore. It hasn't been how you do that for a very long time at this point. So every time you see the screen go hop over like that when I go to start designating dig orders or whatever, that's the old brain betraying me. Like if you wanted to dig a channel using the old method, you would hit DH. Remember correctly. Which obviously doesn't do that anymore. Also, I had my camera keys bound to WAS and D, but I think it was Shift WAS and D to move them around that I used to use. which apparently moves you twice as far nowadays. Yeah. And also to set directions on things, I had bound. That was like the only hotkeys I would modify is to set build direction for things. I use WASD instead of HJKL or whatever it was by default. I think it was HJKL by default to set bridge directions and stuff. And then set bridge size and road size and other construction sizes. I would use Shift WASD. A little bit more comfortable for two hands on the keyboard. Other than that, I never modified the default key bindings. Okay, so we can't put a hatch cover there to immediately lock access to the fort. However, I kind of also want to put in something a little bit more permanent. So let's put in a little drawbridge right here. Yeah. Okay. We have plenty of mechanisms. Good deal. I'll designate that for now so they don't dig into this yet. Currently the miners are all busy engraving upstairs. Actually, they're almost done, so I think we'll just wait for them. What's your engraving skill getting to? They're getting up there. Level 2. Not perfect, but... I think we're going to take this time to set up auto butchering for the pigs. Alright. Also, I want to hit I so badly. I want to hit I to access the zones menu. Alright, auto butcher. Let's go ahead and turn on pigs. We'll set a limit of 100 for female pig kids. We'll set a limit of 100 for male pig kids because we don't want to butcher the young ones if we can avoid it. For male adults, we'll set a limit of 2. For female adults, we'll set a limit of 10. No, it's a lot. There's a lot of pig. Let's set a limit of 6. Okay, we'll turn watch on. All right. It says it ordered butchering for 11 of them. Let's go see if it ordered it for the right 11. A boar, a boar, a boar, a boar, a boar. Wait, is it trying to slaughter all the boars? And the piglets? Okay, no, that's incorrect. Okay. It's still ordering 11. Are there any boars it's not slaughtering? Also, it's slaughtering all the piglets. It shouldn't be slaughtering any piglets. What the hell are you doing, Auto Butcher? Mm-hmm. Unless by target they do not mean how many you want to keep alive. Doesn't make sense though. Because for cats, that's how many we're keeping alive. It's like we definitely are not hitting the... They should butcher... They should order butchering 3 adult males with these... with these orders. Okay. That's what that does. Yeah, I don't want those listed at all. I just want cats and pigs listed. Alright. Okay, butchering has been ordered. It's ordered 3 butchered now. Let's go check, make sure it's the right 3. They're slaughtering a boar, and a boar, and leaving 2 boars, and everything, all the rest. Okay, good deal. Auto butchering for pigs has been set up. The pig population will have to grow a lot larger before it will really start producing lots of meat, but... There's a cloud of evil crossing over the area. Good thing nobody's outside. So this is an evil biome. And the clouds that cross over the area periodically will cause mass death. Or rather, they will turn any living creature caught outside into a husk, which will then proceed to go kill everything it can possibly can. So we currently have 5 husks outside that are keeping us indoors rather effectively. Occasionally we can sneak migrants past them or something, but it hasn't worked so hot for the last couple caravans who tried to get here. have another ghost. He's not showing up on the list. Who is it? Where's he at? So it's... There he is. Okay. Somebody's on the way. Now, go ahead and install that same slab. All right. Somebody get kids on the way to install it. And that should solve our ghost problem rather effectively. The queen has mandated certain goods again. They want coins. Oh, fun. There goes our copper. All right. A lot of dead dwarves. Kinda. Very few of them actually were citizens of the settlement. Or at least had been citizens long enough to actually count as citizens. Most of these coffins here are empty, thankfully. Probably about half the coffins are empty. But also there's a lot of dead dwarves who aren't buried, who occasionally pop up as a ghost. Which is why I have a bunch of slabs just laying around waiting for whoever comes next. But I keep holding out hope that eventually we'll get rid of the hostiles on the surface, and then we'll be able to go back out and grab bodies again. There was at least one, most of these build coffins come from the one time I was able to go out on the surface and grab bodies for a while. Yeah, most of these are assigned to various dead dwarves who are laying around up there somewhere. That one isn't. Miraculously. There's a few that are still unassigned. Okay. Yep, your mandates are satisfied. I need to finish those bedrooms, but I want to do it by engraving, and we definitely do not have engravers worthy of engraving the royal bedrooms just yet. Getting sieged? Yes and no. Mostly no. You know what? Maybe I should build a seesaw. Just a simple 4-barrel one. I could totally do that. Where would I put it? I could just build a seesaw off the side of this or something. And then put, or heck, even just build it off the side of this. So when you open the drawbridge, there's a route into the seesaw. Close the drawbridge and it's sealed. And then have another drawbridge down here. So we could work in safety underneath this bridge, getting it installed, and then flip the lever and let stuff into the seesaw. Then we could have a path that led through the seesaw and then back up and jumped him out over here at the top of the trap corridor or something. Okay, so what I mean by a seesaw, I'm going to assume this still works. But if you have a 2-wide passageway, and you carve pairs of ramps like this, and then you carve track across those ramps, just straight from one wall to the other, and then on a level above, you have those tiles channeled out. Open space. Then, if you dump a minecart into those tracks from above, it will proceed to oscillate back and forth between these two ramps at high speed until otherwise stopped. Now, it can be stopped by running into a large, heavy enough creature, although that's kind of hard to arrange. Or there's ways of shutting it off as well. I would have to go look up the blueprint for how to build the thing again. I don't remember the exact details for the minecart arrangement, but it's like, let's see if I can get as much of it from memory as I can. And then you would dig out, oh, I don't remember how many tiles this direction this has to go, but it's some EM with ramps in the end. And then on the level above, you come back this way. Oops, not ramps. Channels. And then like here you have channels. And somewhere in the middle here you have channels. And then I don't remember if you have to have... There's like raising bridges that go here and raise that way. And then there's hatch covers that go over top of these. And there's a pressure plate, I think like here, that attaches those hatch covers. And there's hatch covers here that hook to a lever. And basically the minecarts sit on the top of these hatch covers here. When you pull the lever, it closes these bridges and opens these hatch covers, and that causes the minecart to drop down into here and starts oscillating back and forth. And with the bridge up, it blocks the minecart from coming out. And then when you pull the lever, it drops this bridge, which lets the minecart come up the ramp and out onto this. And then it comes up this ramp. Oh no, wait, this is wrong. I remember how it works now. You have ramps there. Okay, so it comes up this ramp, comes through this open and these open slits, comes up this way, hits the ramp at the end, which is just a dead end ramp, and that turns it around, so facing the other way. And then it hits pressure plates that are right here at the end. And those pressure plates close these hatch covers. And there's enough of a time delay that once they hit the pressure plate, they can skim across the hatch cover and make it to these at-rest hatch covers and stop. And I think there might need to be more ramps here, maybe? These definitely are not the right sizes either, because these need to be a certain number of tiles long to work. I'm not sure how precise that has to be, but I know there's a size that works. But anyway, the idea is you use platinum minecarts or some other similarly heavy metal. Lead works, for example. And then Your unsuspecting creature comes trundling along into here, and the minecart mows them over, and they die. Preferably in lots of little pieces. And then when you're done, you pull the lever again, and the minecart comes back up to the top and ends up resting on top of the hatch covers in this end. Ready to go wherever you wish. It's very dangerous to your own dwarves. But it's also very dangerous to goblins and other sieging creatures. Because it will absolutely smash the hell out of whatever's coming through there. And particularly in the case of goblins, you can do fun things like close the door that they're heading toward on the other end of the thing once they're about halfway through, and then they mill around in the middle of it. Or they turn around and leave, going back through all the stuff that they made it through already, and get mowed over a second time. I've built large 8-barrel ones before, where they had 4 pairs like this. I think that's how many of that? I don't think it had... Yeah, I think I only did 4 pairs for the largest one I ever built. And the only thing that ever made it through one of these, more or less unscathed, was one time when I built one when I was playing Masterwork. And some Masterwork giants almost made it through. Because they were too large to get crushed by the minecarts. Most goblins don't make it past the 2nd and 3rd barrel. Yeah, let's go ahead and build one of those. Where did I put... somewhere there should be... There it is. Price traded annotated entry blueprint.xcf. Go ahead and open this up in GIMP. Okay. Now, I am going to actually add a capture for this so I can show this thing off as drawn. Let's see, window capture. Okay. All right. That'll do good enough. Okay, this is a thing that I made years ago for a little fortress to help me build this particular setup again in the future. We have multiple levels of excitement, all neatly annotated. For example, here is the top level of the wagon ramp. This is seesaw access control. This is mostly protect your dwarves rather than anything else. This was dwarf living quarters and seesaw main barrel. Upper levels. Okay, there were some details I missed here. No, wait, this is the, yeah, this is the top level. Yeah. Far right side gets east-west track ramp. Okay, I did remember this pretty much exactly perfectly. There's the frog, the fiend revealing observation garrison. You'd put grates over top of these channels. This is, of course, all made long before the Steam version, so Yeah. Oh, this thing used impulse ramps. I forgot about that. Do impulse ramps still work? Ooh. If impulse ramps still work, this thing probably isn't going to work. I have to look that up, make sure they still work. Because, yeah, there was an intermediate level, which I did plan out. Yeah, okay. However, this needs impulse ramps in there to help him get up to the next level. The impulse ramps are an interesting bug that used to be a thing and may still be a thing. I'll have to check. And this is the main entry level. Oops. There we go. There's military training area here. This is where the dining room was usually put. There's the lever room. The undug areas represent where levers went. So you can see there's bridge channels here marked with dots. Those all corresponded to a lever in this design. This weird duck-looking thing. And then originally this way would go off, and the original fort that I built this in, this way went off to another spiral ramp that went down into the caverns. So that any dwarven traders who got trapped here in the because this area was where the trade depot went. But if there was a siege outside when they were trading, then I could just open up the internal exit to the caverns and let the traders out that way. Worked pretty well. And actually, no, I did 8 pairs, not 4 pairs. Also, I went to the extra mile of digging out the walls that the minecart would slam against and replacing them with platinum. Although that was purely for looks, because it doesn't matter what they're actually made out of for function. It was mostly just, I liked it. Having the platinum minecart slamming against platinum walls. Okay, so impulse ramps. Do they work in the Steam version? Let's find out. Dwarf Fortress impulse ramp theme. Okay. V50 Steam Magma minecart loader with impulse ramp spiral. Okay, so that was 2 years ago. Are there anything newer talking about impulse ramps? Dropping a minecart on a normal ramp rail will not cause the minecart to continue moving at the bottom in the Steam version. Well, that's a problem. Dropping a minecart down a pit onto an impulse ramp will allow the cart to move forward. That is still a problem. Unless the guy screwed it up. So at least as of 2023, impulse elevators still worked. Okay. Impulse ramps. The wiki still talks about them for the current version. Okay, so there's a reasonable chance that this will still work. There's a small chance that it won't. All right. Let's try it. The worst that can happen is that it just doesn't work. So, first things first, this works on a 2-wide system. How many barrels do I want? Let's build the first barrel here. Okay, I need to look at the next level up. That is not channeled out. Okay. Think something happened to my mic audio? It better not have. Oh, OBS is still showing it. Yeah. OBS is still showing that the mic is outgoing. I'm not sure. The audio levels look fine. Let's see if the monitor stream is functioning. Yeah, audio's fine. It must be on your end. Okay. We're gonna have to build ramps. I'd like natural ramps if I can. But then I'll have to build walls on this level. Which... let's just build a 4-barrel system. If we need more than 4 barrels, then things are going terribly, incredibly wrong. And we'll put access channels over there. Okay, now, for the level just above the ground level, we need 4 levels and then a, well, 4 floors and then a ramp. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then a ramp. And I hope this still works. This thing was so cool. Okay, which... the access goes through one tile before, like that. Okay. All right, that should do it. Now, next level. Okay. The next level we have the same pattern. Oh, this is going to work to have a barrel here. Yeah, I don't know what the problem was because I checked it and it was perfectly fine on my end and on the monitor stream. Okay. And then this goes 4 tiles. Was it 5 tiles that way? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Yeah, 5 tiles that way. Okay. Then this gets built ramps because there's no other way to do that reasonably. And as far as the connections for this, it's the same as on the lower level. So right through there. I'm going to do 3. Was there a level above this then? Yes, there was, but it was only for access. It was not actually mechanically part of the seesaw. Okay. So we don't need that. We can just run an access channel in here through any other way. All right. So that should be a designated seesaw. Let's erase that for now. We can dig the rest of these channel passages later. All right. We'll finish laying out the mechanical access shafts and stuff in a second here. But first, I'm going to take a quick adventure upstairs. So you guys can enjoy shrimp for a minute or two. And I will be right back. Try not to get into too much trouble while I'm gone, and try to make sure the shrimp don't either. They're sneaky that way. Okay, I return. All right. I believe it's that capture. There we go. All right. Now, do a little bit of blueprint mode planning here. Yeah. Well, yeah, okay. And then what we would do is we'd have something like that with a raising bridge here and a raising bridge to there to block these off. Something like that. I don't know. I'll think about that for a bit. Okay, and as far as access channels go, we've got access channels right here already for other reasons. Let's just go ahead and connect that up. We'll do 3 barrels. This will likely require a good bit of testing. Traditionally, access was from above with hatch covers to seal it. I think I'm going to do a drawbridge to seal it. Yeah, we'll put a small raising bridge right here. And then as far as seesaw control goes, we'll put some levers back here. Okay. Make sure everything lines up properly. These tiles will get dug out, but they're going to be rebuilt. Walls we put back in there. I just wanted natural ramps on the bottom floor instead of constructed. Okay. And then the blue stuff will be dug out later once the seesaw has been tested and working. That way, yeah. Anyway. These guys are almost done with the current round of engraving. He's competent engraver. . Starting to get better and better quality engravings. I'm not sure where we'll have them engraved next, but we'll wait till the current. We have the seesaw to dig out, and then we have that cavern level stuff that I want to dig out as well. We're going to put the lever for the cavern access door right here. I will not be allowing unfettered access to the outer caverns. It'll be sealed most of the time. The only time we'll ever open it is when we have people actively going in and out to collect trees. That's pretty much the current plan. All right. I don't know why this idiot is so unhappy. Like, meals would probably help. But he wants to acquire an object. What do I do about that? There should be objects he can acquire. What does he want to acquire? Oh no, the stray billy goat has been missing for a week. Oh, that's one of the animals that's in the cages out there. Well, was in the cages out there. Oh no, the stray donkey has been missing for a week. What will we ever do? Somebody had a kid. I do like the way the engravings look in the themed Dwarf Fortress. The floor engravings are kind of bland, but the wall ones are kind of cool. Hello, hello. Belug with a group of raiders? Welcome here. I assume you guys were probably playing Dwarf Fortress today. How's the dwarfing? Well, we're just getting started on building a very old fortress defense method that I haven't used for many years. Okay, claim to Magma Forge. Let's just let him grab his own metal. Gonna make it out of lead. Okay, maybe we shouldn't have let him grab his own metal. What kind of skills does he have? Metal crafting? Okay. We'll get some random metal craft. It will be only useful for maybe improving the queen's rooms a little bit. Kenshi? Oh, okay. Kenshi's a lot of fun. A toy hammer? Well, we'll see. If it's a toy hammer... Well, here, first of all, let's go ahead and preemptively make a pedestal. Ooh, masterpiece pedestal. Very good. A lead flask. Okay. Well, that is going directly onto the pedestal. To save our dwarves' health, if nothing else. Not that they actually care about lead, because they're dwarves. They don't need to worry about food safety and minor concerns like that. Okay, if somebody would be so kind as to put that thing into the stockpile so I can use it to build with. There we go. Let's go ahead and see if we can get the dining room spruced up a little bit. Okay, flask. Boom. Onto the pedestal it goes. Did that improve the room value enough to make the noble happy? No, it did not. Although it definitely helped some, it was not sufficient by itself. I definitely could get these boosted up to royal by just installing a few statues in the corners in these neat little statue niches that are here. The problem is, I don't want to do that until I engrave it, and I don't want to engrave it until I can get lots of masterwork engravings, so... maybe I should just put some temporary statues in for now. You know what? Screw it. Let's go ahead and put some temporary statues in. Actually, that one is probably a bad choice. Wait, don't I have any? Yeah, I do have green glass statues. They're just not showing up on the list there because they are not improved. Okay. Let's only use the masterwork ones. So eventually all those notches on the walls are going to get statues. Okay. I'm only going to install statues in the rooms that are not already royal. And when it comes time to engrave this place, and all these statues are getting ripped out. Although it'll be a good long while before it's engraving, which is why I've gone ahead and put the temporary ones in for now. We're almost finished clearing the Holy Nation, started clearing the Reavers. Got served and entered the Ark. Was a humble moment, main squad got all enslaved. Well, probably wasn't too hard to escape though. Damn it, I accidentally installed a niece statue over there. Okay, did that at least get you to... No, it did not. Okay. Just how much stuff do you want in these rooms anyway? They're large, they have multiple artifacts in them, they have piles of statues. I guess artifact furniture is just way more valuable than an artifact on a pedestal. Or any number of statues. Okay. They have a throne room and a grand dining room. But it's not enough. Fine. I'll install statues in the statue areas as well. For at least to the throne room. These will definitely have to be ripped out before we engrave this place. And most of these aren't going to be masterwork. There'll be a lot of exceptional, which is still pretty valuable. If these were anything but temporary, I definitely would not install them. Okay. Escape was easy. What was hard was finding all the equipment they looted. Lost a large thief backpack, a masterwork samurai plated pants, and edge type 2 falling sun. Yeah. There's probably some dude wandering the desert still carrying that stuff. Unless the game despawned him. Okay, that darn well better have made you happy. It did not. Really? Well, you're not getting any better than that. I'm really surprised it didn't get it to royal status. Alright, well, I guess. I guess. What's funny is that this qualifies as a royal bedroom. This is not a royal dining room. At least now the Ark is empty and Valamot is in your custody. Sucks to be him, I guess. Probably deserves it. Okay. Springtime has arrived. Let's go check to see if this is dug out. It is. Completely and nicely. Okay, beautiful. Now we have to smooth all of this. And dig the appropriate ramps here, there, or not ramps, tracks here, there, and everywhere. This gets hatch covers. This gets hatch covers. This gets ramps built back there. I think there's pressure plates on this level, actually, that trigger. Oh, okay, I remember how that works now. There's pressure plates on this level. The minecart coming up the ramp here, comes through here, crosses the pressure plate, crosses the impulse ramp, zooms up this ramp through the hole that just opened in the floor by the hatch cover opening from the pressure plate, then goes down to the end of the hall, turns around by slamming into the wall and then going down the ramp again. And by that time, the time delay on the pressure plate has passed and these can close up again. And then it can skid across those hatch covers, down this bit of track, and end up on the hatch covers that are going to go over these holes. And then there's some bridges that go right in here. Who doesn't, Kenshi? Yeah. Ah, Kenshi, such a friendly, wonderful world. Full of friendly, happy people. There are a few friendly, happy people. Remarkably few. I'm going to dig this out so I don't have to mess around when it comes time to smooth. Okay. Now, I assume, indeed, our dwarves were hard at work down here. Go ahead and put in smoothing orders for that. Mostly because I want to build a bridge here, and I want that to be smooth when the bridge building time comes, but also I want to remove these upslopes. They've got to go. You know what I should have done? I should have left this tile and this tile there. And just had a one tile bridge across this. But alas, I didn't do that. So I could rebuild walls in there, and that would work as well. You know what? Let's do that. I'm going to let these smooth first, though. Smooth. There we go. All right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really like Beep. He's annoying. He doesn't deserve to be murdered, though. He's just annoying. What's the floor type here? Gaboro? Okay. I don't think I have any Gaboro blocks. But also I don't care that much, so we're just going to go ahead and put in some basic Gaboro stone walls. Okay. Construction, bridge, raising that way. Here. And I'm going to build it out of green glass. And then we're going to put in a lever in this cubby over here. Yeah, the trap we're building up top is indeed going to be fairly complicated. I will explain it a little more when I get back to working on it again. Which is what I assume the dwarves are doing right now. Actually, let's remove those. Okay. The lever's in the process of being built. Link lever to bridge. Alright, well, I'll wait for that to finish before we dig the rest of the way into the caverns. Now, back to the surface. For our grand trap of doom. Destruction and despair. Despair for our enemies, that is. They will be despairing quite a bit. For us, it'll be the grand trap of great adventure. Yeah. Let's dig out this wall. Any enemies that get into this area, it doesn't matter. They're already there. They're going to wreck everything. It matters more that I can remove that ramp than it does the... Okay. I changed the notification sound. Did I install a mod for that? There is a mod installed. Otherwise, most of these sounds would not make... Most of the notifications would not make any sound at all. Which is a problem, which is why I installed the mod. And I don't remember what it's called. It's just something I found on Steam. Okay. Bridge. Raise south. Boom. You have to start from the side it's anchored on, apparently. We'll use green glass. Cuts readily available and cheap. Those ramps gotta go. Okay. Now, let's start by smoothing the barrels. Can you no longer smooth into a wall? Ooh, that's obnoxious. Oh, you'd have to smooth. Okay, well maybe it's a good thing we did it that way then. Ooh, I might have to... okay. Due to Steam version things, I might have to modify this end of this. Because I don't know if you can build track ramps anymore. Okay. So these get walls built over top of them. So to that end, I'm going to go ahead and cancel those. This needs to be an east-west track ramp, that's all. Ooh, I don't know if you can... How would you do impulse ramps nowadays? Designate impulse ramps. Because you can't... Okay, can you build impulse ramps still? Without having to go through a whole bunch of shenanigans like mining out the walls and rebuilding them later. No, you can't. Okay. Forgot to modify this a lot. Oh. Because you can't dig into a wall anymore like you used to be able to. Or you can't smooth, or you can't order a track to dead end straight into a wall. It won't do that anymore. Because what an impulse ramp is, it's a curve where the one end faces the wall. And it's got to be built on a ramp. If I remember correctly, it would be... Okay, we can't fake this out, can we? No. So we're going to have to remove that wall. So we can do like this to get the ramp piece. And then we need to have a ramp there, though. Can we even engrave a ramp that's on flat ground? We might end up having to instead of digging out these walls, we might have to dig out these floors so we can put the ramps in. But actually, no, the ramps got to go the other way. Okay. I think they go that way. Did the entry blueprint specify which direction the... Okay. 2x2 bridge raises west in that design, north in this design. Pressure plate, trigger on track. Okay. Impulse ramp, it just says impulse ramp. I didn't bother to record what kind of impulse ramp. Because of course, it's obvious. Well, probably to 2014 or 2015 Milo, who made this thing. It probably was. And then a standard east-west track ramp, which in this case would be a north-south track ramp because we're rotating the design. Okay. Dwarf Fortress Wiki. Did I close that page already? There we go. Okay, impulse ramps.
Carts can be given momentum without rollers or changing Z-levels by exploiting a design oversight and phenomena called impulse ramps. Ramps don't actually impart any downward velocity, even when making carts descend. However, a track ramp which has at least one wall or fortification and exactly one other connection will always accelerate a cart toward the other connection. Okay. Yeah, so that, yes, impulse ramps work the way I thought they did. So we are going to have to cut out these floors and then rebuild them. All right. I might have to cut out these walls on this level too. All right, let's go ahead and build some ramps. I wish I would have thought to make them natural ramps at the time, but oh well. Construction ramp. I can't remember if you can engrave ramps on construct or engrave. Okay, do I need to construct track? Or do I need to construct ramp? Let's try building some green glass ramps here. And then I'll see if I can engrave them with track. If that doesn't work. It indeed does not work. Okay. This might be completely screwed up already. We'll see if we can build a track ramp. We should be able to. But I'm going to have to definitely dig these tiles out now. Because this game is stupid nowadays. It tries to be too helpful. And makes it really hard to build anything exciting. Okay. Construction. Track. From here to there. Cannot find path. Cannot find path. Do I need to build a ramp and then build track on top of that ramp? Well, let's find out, I guess. Let's try engraving. Okay. We're not allowed to engrave it. Okay, southeast track ramp. There we go. We do indeed have to build ramps and then... Okay. Okay. Except I'm going to have to do this a little differently. Cancel that. Working with tracks is obnoxious sometimes, particularly in this version of the game. Let's just go ahead and carve track all the way through there because it's not going to matter and we're going to want it eventually. Yeah. All right. And you get tracked to there. Just
Let me dig the shape I want, game. Why do you have to be a piece of shit about it? I want a north-south track here. I know it doesn't really matter. I don't care. I want a north-south track here. I want it to extend to open space. Let me do that. But no, you're not allowed to do that. Why? I don't know. It's the same retarded reason why you can't build just upstairs or just downstairs anymore. Instead, you have to build stairs using multiple tile designations. It is the dumbest thing that's ever been done to this game. The old system was way better. And the new one is just simply worse in every possible way. They had something that worked great, and they went and shit all over it. I'm so whiny? Well, see ya. Have fun. Not an airport. You don't have to announce your departure. Alright. But yeah, this whole thing is going to be about 10 times more complicated than it should be because they screwed up the construction system. Specifically for stairs and tracks. Because it used to be you could designate into a wall or into open space, and it would just accept that it meant that you wanted to continue going that direction, but you really couldn't, so it would just not do that tile. But yeah, we're not allowed to do fun things anymore, apparently. We can still do it, it's just it's going to be a lot more effort. And it probably isn't going to work very well. Okay, build ramps. Right there. Thankfully, I only need 6 impulse ramps, so it won't be as bad as it could be. Man, can you imagine trying to build an impulse elevator in this version? That would be an actual nightmare. Okay. I guess it's a good thing I decided not to go with any of that kind of advanced engineering and just embarked on a volcano. Because there was a world in which I would have built a minecart system to get lava to the surface. Alright. That should work. Okay, this level's correct. Now for this area back here. It'll probably still work without having to do anything too fancy back here. And I was planning to build ramps back there. It's just instead of being north-south track, it'll be just north track. Which I think won't make any difference. I guess if it doesn't make a difference, then I know how to fix it. But I'm not going to go through the effort of trying to fix it before then. Hello, Treebeard. Yeah, you would think they would have fixed that issue several versions ago, once people realized you couldn't do things like build stairs upward into an unknown area. Oh, we're out of, okay, well, I can get them back. We're not building those tracks anyway. That should get us enough green glass blocks to finish this. Anyway, you would have think that they would have reworked the system a little bit after people realized you couldn't build upward into unknown areas that you could dig into. For example, when I was trying to dig this out, I wanted to dig up from below, but you couldn't build a stair here like this after it had already been dug out downward, because this tile was unknown. And even if it was known, you still couldn't have done it because it would have had to have been dug out. So I had to go dig from here down, which is, I guess, why we ended up with the building on the surface, because I decided if I'm digging it out, I might as well build an area for animals up there. That turned out okay in the end, but I still would have rather had this room just be a dead end and this still be just grass. Well, I guess it is still grass, but you know what I mean. All right. This should still work being south track. I wish it was north-south track. It should still work. This is unusable north track. It should still work. It might not, though. I need to find out, because what's supposed to happen here is the minecart is supposed to hit the wall, stop, realize it's on a downslope, and leave. But it might not actually work unless it is full north-south track. Because this is basically using the impulse ramp principle. So in which case I might need to mine out some blocks on this level, just so I can get the right shape of track here. Or I could mine out these blocks, I guess. Put straight through and then rebuild the blocks. That'd be easier. Yeah, we'll see if it still works. If it doesn't work, I know how to fix it. Okay. Yeah. All right, now. We need to fill in some walls here. I need more green glass blocks if I want to build anything. Let's go ahead and make them all out of green glass because green glass is cheap and I have lots of it. All right, let's make another 100. That should keep the glass makers busy for a bit. Okay. This has to be floored. And then it has to be tracked. Are they going to let me engrave the tracks the way I want them to? No, they won't. I can tell you're ready. But I want this to be north-south track right here. Okay. Engrave, track. Nope. You can't You have to build the track across the interface if you want that to be. Just why? Why are you like this? All right, we need to wait till we got more green glass blocks. These are going to be removed and replaced. But I am going to build track across those. Just for my sanity, if no other reason. Do I have a ton of hatch covers? I think I should still have a bunch of hatch covers left. Yes, technically. I was going to use green glass, but I guess we have these, so it won't hurt anything to use them. Oh, we're going to need more than that. Okay. Yeah. For some reason I was thinking, oh yeah, 6. No, we need 12 hatch covers. Let's go ahead and build green glass. Might as well make them all the same thing. Okay. Let's bump it up to 20 so we have a few extras. All right, how are things going down in the caverns? They are going. This is linked up, I believe. Yes, okay. Which means we can continue to mine that out. And while I'm here, let's go ahead and order the murder of various trees. Okay. Patch cover goes there. We'll use that one. Why not? All right. I haven't seen hide nor hair of an elf, so well, I guess if they don't show up to yell at me, I'll just engage in whatever activities I like. Thank you very much. Most importantly, this will let me build beds again. Ooh, that's quite a bit of tower cap. Quite a bit of tower cap. Quite a bit of tower cap. Good. Okay, let's murder that tree and this tree as well. I think that's all that was left in this area. And we need to get all this wood inside. Go ahead and ramp up there so we can get on top of this and get that wood. The Queen has mandated the construction of certain goods. Large gems. That should happen naturally without me having to do anything. Ooh, a diamond. Nice. Migrants. Less nice. Well, guys, I hope you're ready to run. Oh, nope. Well, I'm sorry. But you're not going to make it. I will put forth at least a little bit of effort to try to save you, but it won't be very much effort. Let's admit it. Yeah. As I was saying. There a difference in quality with trees? Technically, no, for most, if not all. Most trees just use wood. So, like, not any kind of special wood material. It's just named after whatever tree it came from, but otherwise it's statistically identical to every other wood. However, there are some kinds of trees that do have special properties to their wood. There might be some that have slightly different base values. I don't remember what, if anything, that would apply to. Okay, a migrant has arrived. A migrant has died. Therefore, migrant count equals 0. Anyway, specifically, there is a specific kind of cavern tree, which I don't believe is found on this layer. It's found only on level 3 cavern, if I remember correctly. That has a blue wood, if I remember correctly, and is always freezing temperature. And I can't remember if there's another one that is hot as well, but I think there's nether cap called. It's always cold. I don't think there's a hot one. Some people will use nether cap for building barrels and stuff, purely as a kind of role play kind of thing. So then you can have refrigerated barrels. There is some clever stuff you can do with nether cap for ice, if I remember correctly. Under certain circumstances, I think you can use it to freeze ice, freeze water into ice. But I don't remember all the details of how that would work. Or if it works at all. Anyway. But for most trees, it doesn't matter. Looks like we're going to get a pretty good haul of logs out of this. From just a couple of trees. So that's good. Mostly tower cap. I should go ahead and sink the main stairwell down farther. See if I can find the level 2 and level 3 caverns. Okay, are you still complaining about large gems? Yes, you are. Everyone's hauling wood and they're not gathering. Oh, interesting. Are you wearing a glass crown? Yes, you are. Okay. Interesting. Alright, they are still trying to cut gems. We're just not providing enough raw green glass to do it. And we're not providing enough raw green glass because we don't have enough sand. Roger that. Has everyone gathered up all the wood down here? Yes. Okay, can I seal the place? No. What are you doing? Why are you complaining about unmet need, pray? I built a nice, fancy temple. Sure, it was a generic, non-denominational temple, but still. Alright, oh, you're probably going to go get silk. That's what you're doing. Yeah, collect webs. Okay. So picky? Yeah, I know. Bunch of lazy bastards. Alright, I should probably go ahead and seal the caverns now. Everyone's done down there except the person collecting webs, and they just returned, so
It's a race. Can somebody get to the lever first? Yep. Okay. There were a few cancel jobs. Collect webs, could not find path. Wow. Alright, caverns are resealed. It's safe again. Now, back to what we were working on originally. The seesaw. Alright, hopefully we have enough glass blocks now to do this. Okay. This gets canceled. That gets canceled. These two tiles not only get canceled, but they get removed. Okay, construction, floor. Yeah, we got plenty of glass blocks, so we can go ahead and designate everything. All right. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. I could fix these. Okay, you know what? Screw this. We're fixing these as well. I want my tracks to be done right. We're going to do them right. We're getting the right shapes if I have to dig it all out and construct the whole thing from scratch, which I don't have to, but... Okay, construction, track. Okay, we're getting north-south track ramps in there now. All right, now, construction, wall. All right, so assuming the wiki is correct about impulse ramps still working, I'm quite sure that this will function. Because this thing is pretty much impulse ramps in operation. If the wiki was wrong about impulse ramps still working, then I'm going to be a very sad person in a few minutes here. Because we're getting surprisingly close to this being usable. Okay. Now, you get a hatch cover. You get a hatch cover. And then you get a hatch cover. This can be much easier to link up than in the old days where you had to select the thing from the menu. You get hatch covers. Okay. And then we build raising bridges, 2 by 2 right here. So. And then walls right there. And these tiles get pressure plates. Do I have enough mechanisms to do this? Almost certainly not. Where did the pressure plate get off to? Under traps, probably. Yep, there they are. Alright, minecart's trigger. Yeah, there's no way we have enough mechanisms for this. Minecart's trigger. Minecart's trigger. Alright. Now, we're going to need 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12 more mechanisms, at least just for this part. And then we're going to need another 24. More like 30. No. Yeah, no. No. Okay, we're going to need at least... Yeah, we're going to need... We should go ahead and just build like 40 or 50 of them. Let's go ahead and build 50 so we have plenty on hand for other projects later. Now let's make them out of rock, of course. I wish I could build glass mechanisms. That would be nice. Okay. 50. And we'll use andesite, because why not? Alright, that should do it. Okay, so these pressure plates then get hooked to these hatch covers. These hatch covers and these bridges get hooked to a lever somewhere. Do I want to hook them separately? Or no? Probably or no. Well, what did I used to hook these up to 2 levers. But I think that was just so I could close the bridges without starting the system. So I probably should do them to 2 separate levers. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Now we have all the right track shapes in the right spots. These are labeled as unusable. These are labeled as unusable. That's not true. They're definitely usable.
Alright. Now, we need to make 6 mine carts out of something heavy. So I should probably use lead. I've got 7 lead bars. I can't remember if minecarts use more than 1 bar or not. Well, I guess let's find out. Speaking of which, do I have any smelt galena? Smelt hematite? Smelt magnetite? And smelt native copper. Oh yeah, we got more ores to smelt. Alright, well that's a kind of a sideshow to what we really need to do though, which is make the 6 minecarts. So, let's put in a work order. Lead minecart. I need 6 of them. Okay. Almost done. The mechanism order is not being worked on at the moment, is it? No, it isn't. Alright. Because the same guy has got to install the pressure plates as make the mechanisms, because I only have 1 engineer. Okay. Now, problem number 1. Building this is going to be dangerous, because when we open the one end, the other end is open. Due to the bridge arrangement here, so we need to be careful where we dig from. So, I do believe we want to do this part first. Because that is currently being covered by the bridge. And I'm going to modify this. No, I'm not gonna. We're gonna build it just like this. We're gonna have a bridge right here that goes that way. Well, I'm gonna modify it slightly. No, not ramps. There we go. Okay. That'll work. We're definitely not digging out these last couple of tiles until we're ready, which we are currently not. But this is going to have a 3-tile drawbridge that raises into this wall, and this is going to have another 3-tile drawbridge that raises into this wall. All right. Okay, to explain this thing now that it's fully built, or almost fully built, it just requires some levers linked up and stuff. These hatch covers are each going to have a minecart sitting on them. Now when you pull the lever, there'll be 2 levers, but you can do it with just 1. When you pull the 1 lever, it will raise these 3 bridges into walls right here. When you pull the second lever to actually activate the system, that is basically arming the system by closing these bridges. Also, by closing those bridges, you make it immune to building destroyers. But anyway, that's beside the point. Pulling the second lever opens these hatch covers. That drops the minecarts. The minecarts fall 2 tiles and land on an up track north-south. The minecart goes, I am sitting on a track. That track is facing away from a wall. I should move away from that wall. And therefore it moves away from the wall and picks up speed. It enters this other unusable upward track, which the game doesn't care about that it's unusable, but anyway. The minecart then goes, I have entered a new track. Which direction shall I go? Oh, this is a ramp, a track ramp that is leading away from a wall. Therefore, I shall go away from a wall. So these two then proceed to act like impulse ramps and accelerate the minecart back and forth between them, faster and faster and faster until they reach whatever the fastest speed they can go is. Well, along comes Mr. Unsuspecting Goblin, or in our case, Mr. Unsuspecting Undead Husk Thing, and he steps onto the minecart track. And I'm sure you can see where this is going. Most creatures don't make it very far into this thing. And best of all, most of the time when the cart stops, it will then proceed to start moving again on its own after a while. So these are really good at mowing creatures down, including your own dwarves if you're not extremely careful. Just a note. Then to shut it off, that's pretty much what the entirety of the rest of this mechanism is for, is to shut it off. But to shut it off, you close these hatch covers, and then you open these bridges. You could do it the other way around as well, but that would not work quite right. It wouldn't hurt anything, but it wouldn't shut off properly if you did that. But in that case, when next time the minecart hits this tile, it'll realize that it can go up the ramp instead of just not going up the ramp, and it will proceed upward and to the next level because it has enough speed to do so. Bridges have the interesting mechanic that they act as track facing whatever direction the minecart entered. So the minecart will proceed across the bridge. It will then hit this pressure plate. That pressure plate will open this hatch cover directly above it. Or, ahead of it and above it. It'll then hit this impulse ramp, which will give it an extra little boost of speed. Enough to get it up this ramp, through that hatch that it opened. And then it will speed to the end here. Hit this effectively impulse ramp, which will turn it around and send it back. By that time, the delay from the hatch cover should have expired and the hatch cover should be closed again. So the minecart will skid over top of the hatch cover. Can't remember if hatch covers work the same way as bridges, where they act like track, or if it would just go across because of how much momentum it has. I don't remember. But anyway, it'll then proceed down this section of track and end up back on the starting hatch cover. Ready to repeat next time you open the hatch covers to drop it down again. So this whole mechanism out here is basically because of the fact that hatch covers don't close instantly when it leaves a pressure plate. But also this whole thing wouldn't work without that, so I guess, yeah. It looks more complicated than it is. Because really it's just applied knowledge of how impulse ramps work. I'm hoping they still work. I've obviously not built any impulse ramps in this version of the game, so I'm just kind of counting on them still functioning the way they're supposed to. If they don't, there will be sadness. But I'm assuming they do because the wiki made it sound like they did. Okay. Let's smooth those tiles, because you can't come back and smooth them later. Not once we build the bridges on them anyway. I want to make this thing building destroyer proof. So to do that, I need to build these bridges in a certain configuration, basically. A drawbridge is building destroyer proof, or at least it used to be building destroyer proof, if there's no ramp to get up to it, and it's a raising bridge. I believe that's how it all worked out anyway. So these will control access to the system. So I can keep friendlies out. Speaking of which, those ramps get removed. Those ramps get removed. Make this thing nice and safe. Alright. This needs a lever, this needs a lever, these need a lever, those need a lever, these need to be hooked to the pressure plates, and then this is done. An export ban, that's fine. I'm quite happy with that. Alright, now we just need to wait for the mechanic to finish building mechanisms, and then we can get to work on all this. I'm going to go ahead and issue some more smooth commands. Might as well. As long as we're careful not to smooth our carved track, anyway. I would really rather not smooth away the track I spent so much time making. Okay. I don't want to smooth that. Let's not smooth this either. No, let's smooth that. Yeah, we're not smoothing this area because it is unsecured fort entrance area. And by convention, I have decided not to smooth that. Which means equally I shouldn't be smoothing these halls, but yeah, what the hell, why not? We're not smoothing those. We'll smooth the area inside this loop, but not outside the loop. So, yeah. I already smoothed part of it, though. Let's smooth just that area. Except, not you, not you. Just a little bit right around the base of that. Purely because I already smoothed that wall. Yeah, good enough. I want to get this wall too, though. But to get that wall, I'm going to have to put in some temporary flooring. That should be safe. You can't build off this, or you can build off the side of a bridge, but it's not supported. However, it is supported by the wall nearby, so that'll work. Okay. Do I want to bother smoothing the working area up here? Not really. I don't care to bother. Maybe I'll come back and do it someday. But for now, no. Digging this out is dangerous, so we won't do that yet. Levers. Where do I put the levers? We need a hatch cover lever. We need a bridge lever. And then we need the outer bridge lever and the inner bridge lever. I think we'll do them not in that order. I'm going to have a terrible time remembering which of these levers is what. Let's put the outer bridge lever there, and we'll put the inner bridge lever here. So this lever is for the top gate. I never did link this up. I put in the order to link it, and then I never... Oh wait, this can't be linked until the bridge is lowered, which I haven't done since this was placed a very long time ago. Yeah. I usually try to place my levers in a shape that reminds me of what I'm doing. And sometimes I'll leave notes. Okay, the minecarts have been completed. So, placing the minecarts is actually pretty easy. Unfortunately, you can't place stockpiles on top of those. Okay, so it's a little bit harder. Can I put garbage dump zones on top of them? Yes, I can. I seem to remember being able to put stockpiles on top of these, but that could be my brain playing tricks on me. I am going to put a stockpile near here, though, because that will be by far the easiest way to get them over here. All right. The custom stockpile. It takes furniture of type minecart, of material lead of any quality, it will take from the main goods stockpile, and that is it. All right, speaking of dump areas, I need to go disable the basic dump, because I need to use this dump. Here they come, hauling lead minecarts. You can tell because they're super slow. We have a ghost. You. Somebody get over here and engrave it right away. Okay, another gloom cloud has drifted over. Forbid that, just in case somebody was coming to pick it up. And then we do furniture, slab, put it there, boom. Make top priority. All right. Now, goodbye, ghost. We don't need your kind around here. All right, now we go ahead and dump that minecart. It will hopefully go to this garbage dump, since that should be the only one available. If they dump it through that hatch cover, I'm going to be mildly annoyed. They dumped it onto the adjacent hatch cover. Okay. At least they didn't dump it through the adjacent hatch cover. Alright, now you get dumped. These carts definitely stay forbidden. Because the last thing we need is a dwarf trying to go pick up a random lead minecart that is accelerating at high speed. Dwarves are particularly unintelligent, shall we say, when it comes to such things. They dearly love to jump in front of minecarts at the wrong possible moment. Because the wrongest possible moment to jump in front of a minecart, I don't know, its most exciting moment? You'd have to ask a dwarf. Their minds work in mysterious ways. Oops, don't forbid it, dump it. Okay. I put a new one. Oh, nope, wait, that was the right one already. There we go. You get dumped. Okay, we're almost done placing the carts. They are acting a little weird about pathfinding, but that's because tracks are automatically set to restricted. Otherwise, dwarves would be even sillier about running to places where they shouldn't. Okay, let's dump the last cart. Planter has been possessed. Planter's claimed a craftsdwarf's workshop. Okay, well hopefully he's doing something useful. We'll go check on him in a minute. He has begun construction. Alright. We'll check on him as soon as we've fixed the dump situation. Alright, the main dump is back on. Now, what are you building? You're using something of stray cat bone, dacite, and rough turquoises. Alright. Hopefully it's interesting, whatever it is. What kind of possessed are you? Possessed, okay. That's unfortunate. I was hoping we'd get something interesting. I mean, we will get something interesting as far as artifacts go. We won't get something interesting as far as dwarf skills go. Ban on exports, that's fine. You just keep right on abandoning exports all you want. Not like we can export anything anyway. There is practically zero chance that we will be able to export anything for a while to come. Unless this trap does its job beautifully, in which case... a cat bone spear. Well, that is a thing that exists. Let's make a nice little pedestal. And we'll put that in the queen's rooms. What's its description? The cat bone spear menaces with spikes of dacite, image of a giant lion in cat bone, and a garlic plant in turquoise. Okay. I suppose making it with a lion picture on it and cat bone is somehow fairly thematic. Thank you very much for the follow, Super Fragger. Fairly appreciate it. Ooh, nice. We got a masterwork pedestal. Okay. We'll wait a second or two for it to get hauled to the stockpiles. And then let's put it in the throne room. I think. Yeah, we'll put it right there. One production mandate near deadline. What do you need? Large gems. Okay. We'll have to increase raw glass production. Oh, I wonder... Oh, I think I know what happened here. I bet you our other glassmaker hit master. Yep. High master glassmaker. Okay. Let's go ahead and allow everyone to work there. This one's set to only take workers who are at least expert. Because I wanted high quality stuff, but... Alright, if both of you idiots could work on making raw glass quickly, please. So the jeweler can get back to cutting. Go ahead and cut gems too while we're at it. Actually, let's not cut gems because I might need them for moods. Okay, please cut large gems, thank you. Hello migrants. This is kind of a bad time, just saying. There he is. Dwarf Furnace Operator, Nefarious Gloomhusk. Yeah, goodbye. It was nice knowing you. Unless you run really fast, you're not going to make it. There's always a chance. Okay, how many migrants was it? A migrant, okay. Oh, you made it. Ooh. Uh-oh. No, we're okay, because I didn't dig this out yet. Alright, pull the outer lever. Ooh. No, do not pull the outer lever. We are not okay. Because that would open us up through the trap that is not sealed yet. Okay, just hang out there for a second, dude. You'll be okay. I promise. Make this top priority job. Okay. Link lever. Do that outer bridge. Top priority job. I don't see any hostiles coming after him inside the entranceway, so he'll be fine. Okay, once you're done, pull the lever, please. Okay, that seals the outer side of that. And that means we can pull this lever to seal this bridge, which is now sealed, which means we can pull this lever to open the inner side. And that means it's safe to dig this out now. Okay. We'll pause that meeting hall so they don't hang out here. Lovely. Now, this needs to be hooked up. This is not building destroyers safe, by the way, because they can access the backside of it. If this bridge is open, they can get in here. But in normal operation, this bridge will be closed. So it'd mostly just be if I'm for some reason letting a siege straight in. They could come in and destroy this, which would annoy me a little bit, but would not be a big deal at the end of the day. Okay. Now, armor stands. Go ahead and add a couple quick green glass armor stands. All right, let's go ahead and check the labor situation. You guys should all be assigned as haulers and should be restricted from doing any important bad jobs other than that. That way you won't gain dabbling skills and random ass shit that I don't want you doing. And produce low quality crafts and things like that. I need to make some beds. How many do I want in the hospital? Let's go ahead and issue an order to make 10 tower cap beds. Yeah. Okay. Now, hopefully we have enough mechanisms to start ordering things to be linked. Let me check. How many do I have? Okay, that pressure plate links to this one. This pressure plate links to there. This pressure plate links to there. This pressure plate links to there. This pressure plate's not completed. Get your ass over here and finish it. Okay. Like, I don't care if it takes them a while to link the plates. That's fine. I just want to order the links to be done. Same reason why I want these levers made. I want to start ordering links made. Okay, this plate links to there. And this plate links to there. We're so close to seeing this thing run. Do I have this linked to a plate to lever yet? No, I do not. I should have put space for a third lever. We'll put it over here in this corner. Okay, we only have 12 mechanisms made, so we do not have enough mechanisms left to finish this. Yeah, because we need 24 to finish it. These need to be linked. These need to be linked. That's 24 right there. And this needs to be linked, which is another couple. All right. You get linked to the inside bridge. Okay. So I'm hoping if I put a bait cat out here, or over here in this corner actually. Go ahead and make a copper chain real quick. Under furniture, I think. All right. We'll pen up somebody's pet or something as bait.
If we can get a bloom husk to enter, then we'll just let it start hammering away. Got a bunch of link orders. Queen is mandated more goods. Armor stands. We're getting so many random ass armor stands. Okay. Go ahead and remove that stockpile. So this means we do have plum helmet spawn. It's just that they grabbed the bag that contains it and somebody hoofed it to go probably grab more and haul it down there. Alright, this lever is very important to be linked. It's the access lever. That needs to be pulled before we even contemplate running this thing. Because that's the only thing that's going to keep dwarves out of the gears. Well, that and a little bit of luck. But I don't know about you. I'm not so terribly enthused about counting on luck to keep my dwarves from becoming fine paste on a minecart track somewhere. Alright. How far along are we on that work order to make mechanisms? A ways. Okay. Let's pull... Okay, let's order that to be linked. So we can shut the system off from the outside. Get it into a safe state. Because I want to provide access to the trade depot again. Okay, pull that lever, please. Boom. System is sealed. Okay. Pull the inner lever. No dwarves caught in the inner system. There are no dwarves caught in the inner system. Pull the outer lever. That provides access to the trade depot just in case merchants show up. If merchants can show up and make it all the way there, then I shall cheer and be happy. If they don't, then, well, that's not too unexpected. They might not even show up at all. Alright, we'll put a copper chain in this corner for bait animals. Okay. Let's set all the track to restricted. It's set to low priority by default, but restricted is even more restrictive. Okay. And then let's just straight up set this whole area to low traffic. Because I do not want dwarves going through here. All the areas that are anywhere close to a barrel, low traffic. I'd much rather they went around if they have to go anywhere in here.
Okay. Good enough. It won't help much, but it might save a dwarf somewhere. Possibility is fairly small, but it might. Okay, and to the cage thingy, we shall pen a... Where are all my kittens? We have 2 female cats and 1 male cat, and no kittens. Alright, that's somewhat concerning. We shall use a male piglet. Yeah, that'll have to do. It's still a ways off until this is operational, though. We can at least start ordering links to these hatch covers, though. Three, four, five, six. Okay, it should be all the hatch covers. That's hatch covers, and then this one is bridges. Alright, we need 4 more mechanisms. I miscounted the mechanisms, actually. We need less than I thought we needed. By 6? Because these bridges are done in pair. Done to... You only need 1 bridge per barrel, basically. Whereas you need 2 hatch covers per barrel for all the hatch cover stuff. Alright, we are dangerously close to getting this thing ready to go. We're 2 bridges away, and then all the actual linking jobs. Okay. How many do we have in the work order still? 23? Yeah. We need to make at least 4 more mechanisms. And then we need to do all the bridge linking. It might only be 3 more mechanisms. We'll see. In the meantime, how many cut glass gems do we have in our stockpiles? Well, we have 262 large gems, of which 261 are large green glass, including one of them as an artifact. Most of them are masterwork. Well, maybe not most of them. Most of them are masterwork or exceptional. A lot of gems. Okay, what about just standard cut gems? We have 661 cut gems. Of which 627 are cut green glass gems. I think we can safely stop cutting green glass gems. We have a legendary glassmaker. In fact, I think we have several legendary glassmakers at this point. No, we have 1 legendary and we have 1 grandmaster. Okay. Let's go ahead and remove the forever work order for making raw glass. Actually, I shouldn't have done that. We'll remove the forever order for cutting. Because we do need to occasionally make raw green glass so that we can order them cut to make large gems because the queen mandates them sometimes. Oh well. We'll deal with that when the time comes. Process plant. Do it forever. I think there is a DF hack thing I can do for this. That might make it so that it automatically suspends and unsuspends that job. Anyway, not gonna worry about it right now. Okay, that's linked. That's not linked. You linked to there. Okay, we're a mechanism at least short. The pig has been positioned. Basically what we're going to do, as soon as all the linking happens, which is going to take a bit yet, and as soon as I've double checked that all the linking is done, we're going to close this bridge. We're going to open this bridge. We're going to close this bridge. And then that will leave a path to a penned up pig outside. And hopefully that will draw some hostiles. And we'll set the system running. And if any hostiles get drawn this way, we should get messages about them getting run over by a minecart. Okay, what did you mandate? Large gems. As I was saying, oops, don't cut gems, cut raw glass. Okay. Make raw green glass forever. Let's just make sure we have a pile of raw green glass in store. Yeah, we're getting a lot of glass crafts from the gem cutting process. Alright, that should be the last link order. Now, I'm going to go down here and I'm going to order that mechanism make job suspended, which should cause him to actually go and start hooking this stuff up. I hope. So we're almost to the point where this thing can start working. Yay! One thieving or mischievous creature. It's more naked mole dogs. Okay, we don't care about those. Looks like we've got some stuff planted out there. We're out of seeds for most of the stuff we could plant, because we're not processing fast enough. 40 population. I think 40 is the soft cap I have set right now. I like relatively low population fortresses. We currently have 40 bedrooms. Okay. Queen has imposed an export ban. The only way we're ever getting rid of any of those large gems is if we can sell them to someone. And the Queen likes to ban their export. But we'll see if that ever happens. For one thing, we would need a merchant to arrive safely, and that's just not something that can actually happen in the real world. Okay, so he's linking up these hatch covers. That's good. That's linked, that's linked, that's linked. Alright. He needs to link these bridges. He needs to link the last couple hatch covers. He needs to link the rest of these hatch covers. This one's already linked. And then we can do a test run without opening it up to the outside. We'll seal it completely. We'll run it in test mode to make sure it runs. Hopefully nothing goes wrong. Worst case, the minecarts won't stop and we'll be left with it running forever. And in that case, I will be sad and we'll just have to leave it sealed forevermore. But assuming that we can turn it on and off, then we will open it to the outside world and hope that enemies wander into it. We're so close. Okay, those hatch covers are all linked. We could pull that lever now and bad things would happen, so let's not do that. This lever at a minimum needs to be hooked for the system to even consider working. But these also need to be linked before we can turn it off. We could turn it on as soon as these are linked. But we can't turn it off until these are linked. You might see why it would be a bad idea to pull it before both of them are linked. Yeah, 2 bridges and these hatch covers away from being done. Work faster! Queen has mandated the construction of certain goods. Coins! It's been a while since we've been ordered to make coins. I'd hoped she'd forgot about them. We'll mint some copper coins quick. I should get the miners back to engraving again. Now that we have finished with our digging portion of this task. There. And we'll put doors there eventually. Canceling making green glass. I've slaughtered more pig. Here. I need you guys to do the floor in this room, priority 1, so I can see through to the levers reasonably. It looks like the bridges are linked. So we'll go ahead and pull the bridge lever. Boom. Bridges are in position for activation of machinery. we just have to finish activating the hatches. These are in position, ready for test. All that has to be left is this. All that has to be done is these last 3 hooked up and this bridge closed, and we're ready to test the system. Although I'm going to do a little something else to help with the testing. No, we'll do that for the second test. I was going to pen some pets up down there to check effectiveness, but we'll wait till we're sure we can turn the system on and off before we do that. Okay, another cloud. Copper coins are done. Okay. Stop cutting glass into gems. I need to make a bunch of raw glass for the next time we get a large gem order. Okay, one last hatch cover to hook up. This trap is not vegan friendly? Probably not. Alright, one last mechanism. He's got it half hooked up. Where'd you go? Get your ass back here and get to work. Okay, somebody's on their way to do it again. They were. Get your butt over here and do this right now. Where's he at? He's eating. Lazy bastard. Okay. We're on the way. Larry B, I think. Yay! Okay, the hatch covers are hooked up. The hatch covers are hooked up. The bridges are hooked up. That's been tested for sure. Alright, let's close the safety bridge. May we never need to open that again. Okay, let's see if this works at all. That sure looks like how it's supposed to. Okay. Now, to protect against flyers, you would then immediately re-pull this lever. Because that'll close this upper level and flying creatures won't be able to get through. A chunk. Alright, now we're ready to shut it off. Shut it off, we should just pull this lever. It works. Exactly the way it used to. Awesome. Okay. You see how it bounced back and forth a couple times? That's normal. It does that. But then it ends up, they all parked right there, ready to go again. Okay. Pull the bridge lever. Okay, system's ready to activate again. Pull the minecart lever. Pull the minecart lever again. System is active. Pull the external fort lever. We're just going to leave this open and this closed. That way friendlies can still head to the depot, and unfriendlies who might want to kill this poor innocent piglet will head this way through the minecarts. Okay, please tell me that some of these sources of evil outside here can smell piglet. Apparently they can't, because they're all sitting still. Sure. Alright, somebody needs to remind them that there are fun, exciting things that we found over in the entrance. Maybe I should let a cat out to roam around. Problem is I don't have many cats left. The system's been being odd about getting rid of kittens a little too quickly. Either we're losing kittens at an incredible rate, or the FHack Auto Butcher is misconfigured. I'm not sure which is most likely. Okay, green glass, armor stand, green glass, armor stand, green glass, armor stand. Now, let's go check to see if the FHack Auto Butcher is misconfigured. Okay, kittens. It says there are 2 female, 0 male kittens. There are no female kittens at all. Let's bump that up to 4. Bump that up to 2. See if that works. So there's something weird going on with the limits. Oh, I was going to test it with let's do a peacock. Glassmaker taken by a Fey mood. Okay. Please claim the magma glass furnace. This one. Not the one that has a bunch of work orders in it. Okay, good. He's grabbed several raw green glass. More raw green glass. And a pear cut green glass gem. Okay. Did I deal with that mandate already? Yes, I did. Okay, good. Alright, let's check the kitten situation. Okay, they have not been ordered, slaughtered, or anything. Just gonna have to keep checking that periodically to see if Auto Butcher is working correctly. I remember using Auto Butcher and I remember it being really easy to configure, but also it doesn't seem as reliable as it used to. These are not moving at all. Hopefully that'll change when something disturbs them. Hopefully they'll realize that there is a pig they can go for. A green glass vial. How delightfully useless. Alright. Let's make a green glass pedestal. I'm glad pedestals are a vanilla thing now. They were always something that I modded in. Export bans are fine. Okay. It was pretty easy to mod in a, well, oh wait, there was, oh, what was the last artifact that was made? There was another artifact that they made, and I forgot what it was now. It was something similarly useless. Well, there's that green glass vial. There's the lead flask. There's a list of artifacts somewhere. I thought. Yeah, here we go. Oh, it was the cat bone spear, that's right. Okay. Yeah. I built the pedestal for it and I forgot to install it on said pedestal. Okay, spear. Would be under weapons. Oh, come on. There we go. Cat bone spear. Boom. They're still not happy with their grand dining room and their opulent throne room, but they're getting closer. It's still just a grand dining room, even with the spear installed. Alright. All those statues. Nope, no difference. Couple artifacts. 3 each. Nope, no difference. We definitely need to get engraving going. They're about done with this level. About half done, maybe. I'm going to go ahead and order engraving from there up. Oops. Don't use priority 1. Okay, there we go. Okay, good enough. You can't engrave constructed floors. Alright, we'll engrave everything down to the stockpile level. And we'll engrave the stockpile level. Then we'll engrave the workshop level. And so on. We'll just keep working our way down through the fort. And by the time we reach the queen, they better be pretty good at it. Hopefully. It seems painfully slow to engrave at this point. But if I don't do it this way, then I won't have skilled engravers by the time I actually want to engrave rooms that I need to be high value. Alright.
the minecarts continue slamming against the walls. Can you imagine how loud that would be? Yeah, let's not think too hard about that. Even if the pig survives the occasion, he will be traumatized for the rest of his piggy little life. Just from the constant hammering noise. With them being out of lead, they would pancake in no time. Well, yeah. But this is Dwarf Fortress. Thankfully, we don't have to worry about that. Could one of you hostiles head over this way? Thank you. I want to see you get smooshed by a minecart. You. There's a pig over that way. Go check it out. Thing is, if I released a cat onto the surface, the cat would probably go straight into the minecarts first thing and wouldn't go chase around that way. I'm hoping merchants arrive. It's pretty obvious that they're not arriving, though. Yeah. I thought there were goblins around me when I embarked, but we haven't seen hide nor hair of goblins. And I'm definitely not sending out raiding parties. Not until I have much more advanced troops and armor. I want everyone armed with steel and well trained before I even contemplate such a thing. Okay. Lovely. Now, next we should probably start worrying about getting good meals going. I don't want to cook plump helmets if I can avoid it, because that destroys the seeds. And admittedly, at this point, we probably have a lot of plump helmet seeds, if I had to guess. But I'd rather grind up wheat. Actually, okay, here. I am going to go ahead and try to set up cave fishing. I'm not sure if this is going to be a large enough body of water that we're not going to have to worry about running out of fish. We should be fine. You don't want to fish out of tiny little puddles because they won't hardly be able to get any fish out of them. I think this will be okay. So to that end, let's go ahead and reopen the cave lever. And then we'll go ahead and set up our fishing platform. Okay. Let's do it over here. So, floor. Like that. You two tiles will be canceled because those will be covered with something else. Then we'll do a wall to there out of green glass as well. A wall to there out of green glass as well. And then a wall here out of green glass. And a wall there out of green glass. And we'll fill the corners in. And this will be removed. There's Naked Moldog.
It's running for its naked bulldog life. Okay. Just okay, this needs to be done high priority so they actually get it done. So that's going to be the access path into here. And I'm probably going to lay out a green glass road for at least part of it. Well, now we won't have to worry about tree growing in there because it's all... Actually, it is... I should have considered this. It's too tall there. Okay, so we're going to have to build fire here, which isn't that big of a deal. Yeah, we can do that, no problem. Okay. I'm going to do this slightly differently than I was originally planning to. All right. You get a wall. And you get a wall. And you're getting a wall. That can be resumed. Okay. That's sealed. I could have unsealed this and sealed it along the coast, but we'll just leave it alone. Why is this suspended again? The Queen has mandated production of goods again. What do you want? You want armor stands, okay. Boom. Be happy. Okay. Wall. There. Green glass. Damn naked bulldogs. We're gonna have to get rid of them now. They're stuck in here with us. Okay, construction. Wall. Boom, they're in the end. Green glass. Construction. Floor. You there. Green glass. You there. Green glass. I need to build green glass grates. A ghost has just appeared. Great. And great. Okay. And also great is that I have to engrave a slab. Boom. You. Engrave that now, please. Thank you. I think I've dealt with the mandate. Yes, I have. Okay, good. All right, now build that slab. Lovely. Could someone do that? Okay, immediately, good. Why, oh Piglet, are you over here? Okay, the minecarts continue to slam against the walls. We have gotten rid of the ghost. I believe that there's no one out roaming around the caverns right now. So let's reseal them. Oh, there was somebody. Okay, well hopefully most of the mole rats have gotten themselves out of here. If not, we might have to build some traps or something. Let's go ahead and build some grates. That'll be where they fish through. And then we need to put in second floor walls here. Okay. More kittens, more kids. Few more walls. We're almost out of green glass blocks, so before we actually run out of green glass blocks, I'm going to order more made. Let's do 500 this time. Cat, get out of the way. Okay, there we go. You know, I could build... Nah, that'd be dumb. Alright. Fishing. Boom. Okay, cavern fishing pool. There's another ghost. There we go. Yep, that is the right person. Get your ass down here and work on it right now. Okay. And we put it over here in one of those slab rooms. Okay. Someone's on the way already. Alright, back down to the caverns. The fishing room is sealed and ready to go. Alright, good deal. Now, who would like to be a fisherman? We do have the queen is an adequate fisher dwarf, but otherwise it doesn't matter. So we will pick one of the haulers. Who looks like a reasonable... We'll just pick somebody at random, more or less. Congratulations, Mr. Trapper Dude. I'm going to make you into a fisher dwarf. Actually, let's make both the hunter and the trapper fisher dwarves. Okay. And the fisher dwarves We'll do fishing and fish cleaning because I'm lazy that way. Put a fishery. I kind of want the fishery to be over here in the cooking area. Let's go ahead and make this area for the cooking, put cooking stuff over there as well. Fishery. We have a box type block available. And let's put in a special dedicated, no, we don't need a special dedicated fish stockpile. That's why we're building it close to the food stockpile, so I don't have to do that. Another ghost? No. He's been dealt with now. Okay. Now. They're fishing. And they're standing on top of each other. Because of course they are. They have no skill at their job at all. Those mole dogs are starting to get on my nerves. Let's build a cage trap. A singular cage trap. Right there. Hopefully that'll catch most of them over time. Alright, are you guys ever going to catch a fish? Or was this a big giant waste of time? He's got a raw cave fish. Go, go, go. And he's also got a raw cave fish. Hell yeah. I don't remember how. If it's anything special I need to do to order them just to drop the fish and not haul it back. They shouldn't be doing hauling anyway, because I removed that from their task list. It might be under standing orders. No, automatically clean fish is there, but I want that to be there. Because I would like one of them to stay there and clean fish while the other is fishing at any given time. Alright, can somebody come put a cage in this trap? Thank you. I'm sure they'll get around to it eventually. For now, you guys have not budged an inch. Another ghost? Why are they all rising all at once? Okay. Let's engrave another slab. Like, I should go through and every single one that is not memorialized in any way, engrave a slab. But also, that would be tedious. And it would take up a lot of space for that many slabs, and I still held out some amount of small hope that I will someday be able to open it up and just bury all of their bodies. There he is. Okay, that's almost... Yeah. Alright. That hope would be much larger if they decided that piglet smelled tasty. Oh, I see a problem. They can't get to there even if they wanted to. I forgot that bridge has to be up. Because the entrance is underneath this bridge. That was a sensible thing to do at the time, but I'm now wondering if I shouldn't have done it that way. There one went. Okay, did he engage in combat with the minecart? It doesn't look like it. Well, striked him in the lower left arm. Injured part is crushed. He slams into an obstacle. Okay, so he did get hit by one of the minecarts. The piglet is now going to be dead, though. Yep, there's dead piglet. Okay, we killed one of them. Oh, yeah. Come on, hopefully more of them are on the way. With the piglet, they might have stopped, though. Well, this one made it through, unfortunately. Okay, so one of them, two of them came over here. One of them died, one of them did not. Because he managed to dodge most of the minecarts on the way in. Which is bad. But if we can lure him back the other way, well then. We have yet another ghost. Okay. Do I have a slab that I can... Oops. I have a slab I can place for one of them. Yes, I do. Okay. Go ahead and engrave another slab. You get a slab. Now, please. It's really unfortunate the one guy managed to dodge through the minecarts. Okay, that was a gem cutter being put back to rest. I could put in permanent bait. That would be safer, as in the bait wouldn't be lost if they got through, but only if they weren't trap avoid. Because there's a thing you can do with patch covers and a pressure plate and some other stuff to make it so that if they try to cross a gap, the gap opens up in front of them, and then, yeah, it can be used to lure them back and forth. Hopefully the next time I get migrants or something, they will lure him back through and he'll get smoked. I could do something hideously dangerous and lure him back through the hard way. That would be rather dumb. Okay, I don't want to be built that way anyway. Yeah, there's no way. Okay, so I didn't do this quite the way I should have, is the problem here. I could do this kind of safely. No, it's not safely at all. Let me think about that some more. Okay. Okay, that ghost is dealt with. Yeah, Dwarf Furnace Operator Nefarious Gloomhusk has been killed by a vehicle. Too bad the one made it. There was always a chance we took that they might make it through because it's only 3 barrels. But it's really unlikely that he would dodge all those minecarts. Okay. We can dig a wall there, a ramp there, a ramp there. And that would get a little bypass that leads through here. To do that, we would have to let people outside. That seems like a really bad idea. Because there are still multiple gloom husks on the surface that did not get attracted into this. Alternatively, we could put a second bait animal here. That wouldn't help. How could I get a bait animal over here that would cause him to come back through? How injured are you? Rather. If I dumped an animal like into here. Okay. No, they immediately get crushed by the minecarts. I was thinking about opening the hatch covers here. Opening this up. As long as we keep the bridges closed, this wouldn't be able to get anywhere. And then we could dump an animal down through. I could shut the system off, dump an animal in, then shut it on. Once it was standing on the tracks. Yeah, once this was standing on the tracks. That would work. Let's try that. Okay. Let's shut the minecart system off. Okay, minecarts are lodged. Pull the lever again to rearm the system. Unfortunately, that's not going to work actually. Because we can't... I was thinking open the hatches, but that would drop the minecarts. I'd have to remove the minecarts, open the hatches, drop the stuff, put the minecarts back. That's too much work. We're not doing that. I think it would be safe to remove one of these walls. No, it wouldn't, because then they could go up this ramp. It would be safe to not do any of that stuff. Okay. This wall could probably be removed. I don't want to, so I'm not going to, though. I could channel this out, or this out, even better. And that would be safe. Channeling that tile would probably be the best bet. That does mean we're going to have to open up the service route. And then we would put a pit pond order there, and we could pit creatures outside. through the hole in the ground. And we can put a hatch cover over it to keep flyers from getting through. Because you can pit creatures through an open hatch cover. Or through, a hatch cover that is not locked, I should say. Okay. That's what we're going to do. So we have to open the safety gate. I'm going to save the game first. Just in case I screwed up. We're going to open the safety gate. Any living creature should work for this, so we might as well use some of our troglodytes. Okay, somebody get your ass over here and dig this out. Okay. Hatch cover. Boom. Okay. Unfortunately, we're going to have to start the system while the safety door is open. That is a terrible idea for a variety of reasons, mostly starting with cat. However, as long as we don't change the position of these bridges, it'll actually be safe, I guess, so. Okay. Start the system. The safety bridge is open. It's much safer to start the system than to shut the system down. Okay, now close the upper hatches, thereby making it flyer safe. And let's pit some creature. Who do I want to pit? Not a husk. That would be a bad idea. Let's pet a troglodyte. How about one of our male troglodytes? You, get pitted. Cancels pit troglodyte inappropriate building. What are you on about? Okay, let's try pitting a different creature then. Oh wait, do I have to extend the pit out over the edge like that? Maybe I do. Yes, I do. Alright, the troglodyte's in the system. The troglodyte is dead. That bastard's caught between the edges. Why did the troglodyte run that way? Don't know, don't ask me. Did he at least get hit by a minecart? It looks like it spent a lot of time ripping the troglodyte to shreds. Okay. Lead minecart strikes the door with clovier in the right hand, tearing apart the skin, bruising the muscle. And then it proceeded to rip the troglodyte to shreds while not getting hit by minecarts at all. This thing is the luckiest bastard in the world. Alright, well, let's pet another troglodyte. It'll work out eventually. How about you? You look pitiable. We'll make a similar pit over on this end eventually. Matter of fact, let's start doing it now. Ooh, did it die? No. Where'd it go? Uh-oh. It made it up through that hatch cover. How in the hell did it make it up through that hatch cover? It must have climbed the wall or something stupid. Damn it. Alright, well, it's inside the fortress now. Let's see if we can kill it without losing everybody. This is why I made a save before I did this, I guess. Alright, who all died? Swords Dwarf. But it died, okay. Which Swords Dwarf? One of the important ones, unfortunately. Alright, which labor was he? Not a miner, not a woodcutter, not a planter, not a fisherman. It was not the medic, was not one of the smiths, was not one of the firecrafters, was not the mechanic, was not a general crafter, was not the jeweler. Well, who was it then? Must have been one of the haulers. Okay, well. Who are you, anyway? They were listed as a swords dwarf. Which is unfortunate, because now I don't know what their job was. Well, whoever they were, I was mistaken about them being important, because they weren't one of the important labors. Alright, we're still left to 3 hostiles on the surface. I think I'm going to go ahead and reload and see if we can get a better result. Also, I need to figure out a way to make it so I can pit safely. The real solution is to drop them from higher down a shaft. Alright. Load up the manual save I made just before we started. Now that I'm thinking about it, I think there is a thing about how they can climb out of a pit that is only 1 tall. I might need to put some walls in and move the hatch cover up a level if I'm actually going to pit stuff through there. Okay, so this is before I actually dug the pit. I can safely build walls there and there. There and there. I'll just have to build around, dig around them. We'll just have to hope it doesn't go for us if we dig those out. And then we dig those for the purposes of pitting animals. And then I'm going to put in some extra walls. Okay, we have to open this up before we can... Okay, we'll build a wall there, we'll build a wall there, we'll build a wall there, we'll build a wall there. That's not needed, except to access this area. So I'm going to dig out extra stairs there and there. And then this will be the pit area. I'm going to build a door there, a wall there, so we can seal off the top area. The track part of the top area, to force them to go up and around the top. And to keep cats out. And then we're going to put doors there and there to help keep cats out as well. Okay, system is currently shut down and sealed. We don't have to worry about this guy getting at us until we dig these out. And then he might climb the wall and come after us. But that's why we have a save. Pull the safety lever. Okay. You get a green glass block wall. You get a green glass block wall. There's the other reason why we need doors, because they will still go across that stuff, because they're idiots that way. Put some green glass doors in. Put some green glass doors in. Okay. Dig. Priority 1. Here and there. Seal that door. Okay, no, we cannot safely channel that out. This guy's a little too close to it. Where'd he go? He went upstairs. That's where he went. He's climbing. I think that's what those hands indicate. Okay. Now, it is a little known fact that at least until recently, I don't know if it's still the case or not, in other words, that miners use the mining skill for combat. Nope. Okay. So we need to do that. Without channeling out that last bit. We could channel it from the other side, but we can't channel out that side. So we'll just do the same plan with not channeling that side. Okay. So this is the tile that cannot be channeled. That tile gets channeled. That tile gets dug. That tile gets dug. This tile gets staired. That tile gets staired. This tile does not get channeled, notably. That lever gets pulled. It should be completely safe in here right now. Until this tile gets channeled, it's completely safe in here. Once that tile is channeled, it is very non-safe in there. But as long as he doesn't see anybody, he doesn't seem to be willing to climb. So we're good. Okay. Go ahead and get our doors in. Uh-oh. He's moving into the system. Slowly, but he's moving into the system. Okay, so we need to get everybody the hell out of here. That should be easy enough to do. Assign everyone to the underground. Repaint this burrow. It does not include that area. Oops. It no longer includes that area. It definitely does not include this area, even though those areas are technically underground. It is hideously not safe to be in them. Okay. Matter of fact, let's just do everything past there. Okay. I ordered you all to get into the underground burrow. Cancel your tasks, you idiots. We're going to have to suspend all this construction. Make them turn around and head back. Okay. Pull the safety lever. That block is going to get atom smashed, but that's okay. Boom. He's sitting right there on the one barrel. Okay. Pull the activation lever. Ah, he dodged. Bastard. Oh, he is freakishly good at dodging those things. Okay. I am going to do something very stupid. And I am going to open the safety lever again. Okay. Resume that job. They're not going to do it because they're all ordered to stay inside the burrow. But I can fix that easily enough. Alright. Run, you fool. Pull the safety lever. Well, he's inside the mechanism now. Alright, well, not a whole lot we can do about that one. We either have to abandon the mechanism or we have to go in there and get him out. And I know which one I would rather do. I would rather abandon the mechanism, but we can't do that either. So pull that. Pull that. Okay, system shuts down. Oh, yeah, that's the other reason for these impulse ramps. They, oh, you poor fool. They keep the minecart from, what do you gonna call it? From going back onto the pressure plate. Because once it comes back down this ramp, after bouncing over here at the end, and this hasn't quite closed yet, it'll hit the impulse ramp and then rocket back up. It'll bounce between this impulse ramp and this end ramp a couple times before it can go lodge itself. I'm not going to close these bridges. I am going to open these hatch covers and we'll send the carts through the loop again. Because he's standing right there in the middle of the works. So, pull lever. We could end up with a lodged cart. I didn't see if he got hit or not. He seems to be dodging more or less perfectly. Oh. Like, we can definitely kill this thing. It's just whether or not we lose dwarves doing it. Alright. Pull the bridge lever. No. Leave the bridge lever unpulled. Pull the hatch cover lever. Okay, that caught the mine carts. They're stopped. Now we can pull the bridge lever. For no particular important reason. And we're going to have to call in the military to deal with this creature. And the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to station the military here, both squads. We can get everybody over here. And then we'll pull the safety lever. And that should bring Mr. Scumbag up and along this passageway until he runs into a big clump of dwarves. I'm going to change it to an attack order as soon as he starts this way. The main thing is that everybody is here. Okay, get him! Alright, one injured citizen, he's dead. Because we just snowed him under with dwarves with swords. It looks like he's missing various body parts. Alright. Let's resume construction on all of these. Because I would like the ability to put creatures in there to draw them back and forth after this. I'm going to pull the outer defense lever. And then you guys all get your orders canceled. Okay. Now. Put a green glass block there. Dig a channel there. We need to get hatch covers on the tops of these, prevent them from climbing up. I don't think that's going to be safe enough, though. This would still be a very risky thing to do, because unless you're dumping through the middle of a 3x3, they could still grab the walls on the way down. But it'll be better than absolutely nothing, which is the option we currently have available. Okay, let's pull the inner lever so they can go in there and get the dead pig and stuff. Grab that mutilated corpse. And then we need to pull the inner main lever as well. Everyone's been released from there. Okay, yeah, good. Okay. Construct a wall right there. Okay, now doors. One goes there, one goes there, one goes there, one goes there. We can keep them out of the mechanisms at least going forward.
cats and stuff. And then hatch covers for pitting creatures as needed. We can reset the bait. Let's go ahead and put a troglodyte in it. That should be safe enough. Forbid these doors. Okay. That makes the interior a little bit safer. Okay, is anyone going to go ahead and stick the troglodyte on the chain like they're supposed to? Guess we'll find out eventually. Well, unless they simply cannot hook a troglodyte up to that. In which case, why was it an option to assign them there in the first place? Game's weird sometimes, that's why. Okay, so I can't... It is an order that is in the order list, it's just no one's doing it. Alright. We'll wait then. Well, it's nice of you to clean up the blood out there, I guess, but I want the troglodyte penned up, damn it. Go do that. Let's go ahead and pull the safety lever. For now. These should be locked until needed, just in case somebody particularly adventurous decides to try to climb up there. Cancels bring crutch. Need crutch. All right. Okay, what kind of mandate do we have? Coins. Let's make 5 copper crutches. And then let's go ahead and issue an order to make some coins. Other objects, copper. For some reason, despite being a C, it's down at the bottom. Mint copper coin. That's probably why it is, because it's not forged, it's mint. Anyway, mint some copper coins. And then you show up and go away. It looks like most of the engraving might be done. Okay, all the engraving's done. Good. Engrave the stockpile level. Are you guys ever going to get around to... That should be a job that the haulers would do. There is a no-job hauler here, though. So apparently that job is not being done by haulers. I wonder if it is...
Animal care, animal training, maybe. We'll assign those to haulers for now and see what they do. Okay. Has anyone decided to haul the little bastard over there? No, it's still a... It'd be useful if this screen told me what labor was used. Okay, what other labors could it be? Not trapping, it's not small animal dissection. Apparently not one of the hauling jobs. Although it should be animal hauling. Have I designated a dungeon? That shouldn't be required. Because it lets me assign it as if it was an animal. This is for imprisonment, for dwarven justice. It might just be that it doesn't like troglodytes. In which case, let's go stick a piglet out there. You, Mr. Piglet, I regret to inform you, but you are now assigned to a chain. Yep, okay, there, immediately go hook the piglet up. So it must have just been something about the troglodyte. Alright. Pull the inner lever, I believe. Yes, we want to close that inner gate. That gate's closed. That gate's open. For no particular reason, it should be safe to leave it that way. Now this gate is closed. Okay, and then the bridges are up. Safety bridge is closed. Pull that lever. Pull that lever again to make it safe for flyers. Pull this lever. Open the outer bridge. And it's open for the next 3 hostiles. Who don't seem to be interested. Alright, we have a moody dwarf. He's at the magma forge and he has begun his construction. What are you making? Whatever you're doing, you're making out of copper, fungi wood, and pigtail fiber cloth. Alright. How are things going at the hospital? There's nobody in the hospital, so I assume that's good news. A copper amulet. Nice. Let's make another green glass pedestal. There has been no movement on the part of the surface evils. Let's just double check to make sure they can get in. Okay. Open, open, open. Dangerous. Piglet. Alright. They just don't seem interested in eating piglet right now. Well. That's unfortunate. Because I certainly have an interest in them doing that. Alright. This is a bad idea. But I'm going to save the game first, so it's a good idea. But we're going to open the fortress up. And we're going to send the miners out to make some modifications. Okay. And the problem is I'm not entirely sure which miners are the actual miners. This one's probably actually a miner because he's flashing legendary. Okay, which of our miners are actual miners? Miner and stonecutter. They're both legendary miners, but one of them is a legendary stonecutter on top of that. Udil and Uzol. Okay. So it's you two. You and neither of you are... Okay, yeah, so I got the right ones. Alright. So those guys are allowed to go wherever they want right now. And wherever they want is going to be out the front door. To mine that little ramp. To come in the bottom here. And to do that, I'm going to have to open the outer gate. And we're going to have to listen to a whole bunch of people complain that there's items that are inaccessible now. The whole time. I want to go outside and get the item, but I'm not allowed. They're not allowed. For a very good reason. Namely, because it's hideously dangerous out there. Oh, there goes the cat. Okay. Well, maybe I don't want the miners going out there right now then. If the cat manages to wake these guys up and draw them into the fort, that's fine. That cat's on his way out, isn't he? Yep, he is. Well, we had cats once upon a time. Oh shit. That's not going to be fast enough. Why are you doing that? Alright. Let's see if we can kill them without losses. Who died? Dwarven kid. Okay. Idiot. Oh, that's one less. Okay, so this was just a bad idea because the cats immediately ran outside. There is a way to fix that problem, though. And that is called penning the cats up first. I was hoping we wouldn't have to do that. But it has become obvious to me that we will. Okay, assign animals. Cats. And kittens. Okay. Now that the cats have been restrained, we can pull this lever. We definitely need to make these guys some clothes. Oh, the horse is headed in. Okay. Everybody, indoors. Move. The Doom Horse of Evil is on the way. Okay, where is the Doom Horse of Evil? He's up the top there. The Doom Yak of Evil is also on the way, it looks like. That's good. No, he just moved a little closer. Who are you chasing after? Basically, I want him to start heading for the fortress. I want any of them to head for the fortress. Yes, there's lots of life just on the other side of that wall. You can path to it very easily. Hate them damn things. They're never smart enough to figure out how to get to where you want them to go. Okay. Let's unassign the miners. Where are you going? Wherever you're going, it's not there. Get your asses back in here. Where is he going? He ran way the hell out there. Okay, well, he's headed back now. Wait. No, it's just make a naked Moldog. Where are you going? Oh, the yak got into the... Okay. Of course it did. Yeah, well... Oh. The yak is dead. Okay, awesome. That makes it so there's lots of yak teeth all over the place. But also it makes it a little bit less important to pull that lever. Okay. Now, Mr. Miner, get your ass back inside. The rest of you can come along too if you wish. There's the horse. Okay, is everyone back inside? Dwarven child has slipped into depression. Well, that's nice. I don't care. Pull the outer lever. Okay, the horse is in the hallway. Look, right at the end of the hallway. There's a pig. You're supposed to hate all life. Because you're a gloomhusk. Go get the damn pig. It can't be that hard. Head over that way. Come on. He seems distinctly uninterested in the bait pig. Alright, is there anything I can do about this stupid kid? What is your problem? Why would you be depressed? Oh, because he doesn't have any clothing. Alright, fine. Weave thread into cloth. Let's get working on making clothing. Trousers. Shoes. And tunic. All right. We have a mandate for armor stands. At least that's trivial to deal with. All right. We should be able to remove the burrow order now. Because everything on the safe is sealed. They should be able to get that mole trap and replace it and other things like that. All right. Horse, why are you not going over there? He's supposed to be hostile to all life, and there he stands. The pig is right over there. You should be able to see the pig from there. This task has all been cancelled. Do I not have any cloth in storage? I thought I did. There's some for sure. No, I've got a ton of pigtail fiber cloth. Well, not a ton, but some. Some of it's even inside the fort. Okay, so why were my tasks to make a cloth? Okay, shoe, trousers. We're not getting fancy here. You guys can just not have socks for now. Okay, I'm also going to pause the collect webs thing. Okay. Nope, that horse remains unmoved. Alright. Well, in that case, let's attempt our pit idea. Except I only want one of those to be a pit. Or rather, I want them both to be pits, but I want them to be separate pits. Okay, you're a pit, you're a pit. Everyone a pit. Let's go ahead and pit a troglodyte down there. We'll do just a random troglodyte child. First, we have to pull the safety lever. And we have to open the hatch cover. And the horse finally decided to run forward and get its ass killed. All right. Now we have a young troglodyte running loose on the surface. Hopefully that will wake up the last remaining doom creature on the surface. And hopefully it won't become a doom creature of its own. But yes, the horse has been killed. Now there's just this guy. And if the troglodyte does the smart thing and runs off the map, then we'll just have to deal with that. Okay, we're out of plant cloth. So that's going to make problems with our clothing industry a little bit. I think I have lots of thread left, though. Yeah, I've got hundreds of thread. We have 450 cave spider silk thread. Oh, a bunch of that's webs, though. That doesn't count. Okay. We have 343 pigtail fiber thread. That does count. And most of it is fortress made, and therefore inside the fortress where it should be all nice and safe. So we just have to make a whole bunch of cloth, and then we can start making clothing. That said, it is 10:56. So I think it is probably time to wrap this up. Next week, we'll have to worry about the clothing problems. I always let that problem sneak up on me. We need to do clothing. We need to get cooking going so we can get meals for everyone. We need to continue engraving the fortress, of course. That one will help a little bit with making people happier with the quality of their room and stuff. Namely, we need that for the queen. We should do something about the temples to try to get individual temples instead of just one omni-temple. We should probably take like several smaller temples over here to the individual important gods. There's only like 5 of them in the fort anyway. And unfortunately, the person I was going to raid has just raided me instead. Damn it. Oh no. Anyway. Hello everyone, welcome here. Thank you for the follows. I was right in the process of getting my ending spiel. That is unfortunate timing all around. But anyway, thank you very much for the follows, everyone. I suppose I can go for another 20 or 30 minutes. I haven't hit the actual end button after all. Mess hall is done, you're free. Well, congratulations for being free. I hope to never ever have to do that grind. How much XP are you away from 99? Did you get it down to like tens or is it still thousands? Got some fish left to go in order to fine tune things. Yeah, alright. Yeah. For anyone who wonders, Maple Suryup is a old school RuneScape streamer and YouTuber mostly, who is doing a particularly crazy challenge run where he does every skill one at a time, all the way from level 1 to level 99, which is the highest level it can go. And then he rolls another random skill that is possible for him to raise and does that one to 99. It is a particularly painful way to play the game, but it's fun to watch. But anyway. Occasionally he is streaming on Twitch nowadays, so I would suggest giving him a follow. But the real entertainment's over in the YouTube. Anyway, as far as our fortress goes, currently we're trying to deal with the consequences of where we embarked. This is an evil biome, and occasionally there's evil clouds that go across the area. And any living creature caught in the cloud gets turned into a gloom husk, which is a fairly strong and dangerous form of undead. Unfortunately, caravans, migrants, random people on the surface for any reason, all of them have been caught in the crossfire at one time or another. Which is why we have a fairly large graveyard over here. It's not terribly full at the moment, but that's because there's lots and lots of bodies laying all over the surface. I need to get outside and collect them all in one place, but the problem with that is, of course, those evil clouds, and also the fact that there's still one hostile creature wandering around. There were 5, but through clever engineering we have reduced it to 1. Namely, this clever engineering. This is a device that its creator named it the Seesaw of Armok. Armok being the official high god of the dwarves or whatever. And when the game is on pause, you can see his minecarts slam back and forth between these two walls due to exploiting a artifact of how minecart system works in this game. Well, export ban, don't care. All right. So they slam back and forth. These minecarts are made out of lead, which means they're heavy and do a lot of damage to anyone who dares to blunder into their way. So, literally a murder tunnel. Currently, the last creature on the surface hasn't moved for a long time, so he doesn't seem interested in proceeding outdoors. So I think I'm going to go ahead and turn the system off. So, the procedure for that is that we pull... Oh, let's see. Okay, those hatch covers are closed. We pull this lever, and that will cause these 3 bridges right here to lower. So in a second, when a dwarf goes pull the lever, that causes the minecarts to leave their little homes down here, head up a level, cross the bridge, cross these pressure plates. Those pressure plates open these hatch covers, and then the minecarts... Oh good, we do have 1 frame at a time stepping still. The minecarts then proceed to the end, where they bounce off the wall there. And then they head back the other way. Pressure plates have a delay before they turn back off. And then once more exploiting some weird ways about the way the physics of the system works, they hit these curved tracks, which causes them to turn around and head back. And they do that a few more times until these hatch covers close, and then they go over here and sit on these hatch covers. Whereupon all we need to do is close those bridges again, and the system is reset and ready to go. If we just pull another lever, it opens these hatch cover and drops the minecarts down. But anyway, let's free that pig from his dangerous position. Let's see. Let's leave him there for a second, actually. I'm going to actually do something dumb, which means I'm going to save the game first. Because of course you save the game before you do something dumb. Otherwise you'd have to suffer the consequences of your actions. And then we will open the outer gate, this one here. And that is going to allow a flood of dwarves to go to the surface. Which unfortunately is going to mean that they run all over the place collecting dead body parts and dragging them back inside. Which sounds very dangerous when there is a hostile creature on the surface. So we'll let them do as much of that as they want. But if they start getting too close to this guy, we're going to have to draft them into the military and order him attacked. Hopefully it'll be okay. Yeah. I'm willing to bet if you look at the list of... Yeah, everybody and their brother is place item in tomb, or place item in tomb, place item in stockpile, pick up equipment. Everybody's running all over the map collecting things. But we'll just sit here for a bit. If this guy starts moving, then we need to deal with him. As long as he just stays there, we can leave him there for now. We are going to have to deal with him eventually. And also I need to keep an eye over here. If we get a report that an evil cloud is seen, I need to order everyone to stay inside. Okay, somebody just woke him up. So, let's go ahead and order everyone. Go kill his ass. Okay, he's dead. We have an injured citizen, but he's dead. That injured citizen is very injured. Hopefully he'll be okay once he gets to the hospital. Can somebody rescue that? Okay, somebody grabbed him. Good. Oh. I think he died on the way to the hospital. Alright. Well, that's unfortunate. Do I care? Well, it depends. Was he an important dwarf? No? Okay, I don't care. Look at all the vomit on the ground. There's just a solid line of vomit. Everybody's been inside for so long that being exposed to the sun's making them sick. So, we're going to have incredible dwarf unhappiness due to being sick. Look at that. Just smears of vomit leading into the fort. Oh no. Oh no. It's just a sea of vomit here. The whole fortress entryway is a sea of vomit. Outside the fortress entranceway is a sea of vomit. Okay. Okay. No one's gonna mop it? Oh, they will eventually. Okay, well, everyone's too busy hauling, so the glassmaker's complaining he doesn't have sand. That's fine. He can just do without sand for a bit. Okay, one of our captive troglodytes has had a kid. We should probably do something about those eventually. Just not sure what I want to do with a bunch of caged troglodytes. Do I have any unplaced coffins? Because we're going to need more of them. I do. One. One lousy green glass coffin. Okay. We'll just get everybody inside and stuffed into the corpse stockpile for now. We'll deal with them later. I would like to get... Oh, there's a bunch of forbidden stuff over there. Okay, I want it. It's going to prolong the hauling on the surface. Okay, that was just the announcement it's summer. It's not an announcement that a cloud has arrived. Okay. That was a message that the queen has become the queen. What it really means is that she's gained enough skill that if she wasn't the queen already, she would gain a different job title. Yeah, we have a queen here, despite only having 40 dwarves. Because, unfortunately for us, when we had 14 dwarves, one of our dwarves discovered that dear old mom or dad or whatever back in the home civilization died, and they were now the royal heir. That is a bad thing, in case you wondered. We had to spend a good bit of time scrambling around trying to get rooms fit for a queen, and we still don't quite have them set up right. Can you hold a tournament on who will marry the queen and become king? Nope. Nope, unfortunately not. Yeah, this is the queen's quarters. They're still not good enough for her standards, but the royal tomb over here, the royal bedroom here, and we have the royal throne room, aka their office, and the royal dining room. The dining room and throne room, despite having lots of high quality furniture in them, is still not high enough quality to be enough. Speaking of which, the queen has mandated the construction of certain goods. What do they want? Coins. Alright, we'll put in a work order to make some coins. We need 2 of them, or 2 stacks of them, which is 1,000 coins. 500 per stack. Alright, eventually they'll haul this crap inside. We need to keep a close eye out. Okay, I know you can't make blocks because they're not gathering sand. That's fine, they're all out on the surface hauling. Okay. Some of the stuff in this pile needs to be dumped. Dumping is not a bad thing. It just means it manually hauled, basically. Because there are bins of cloth, and there's no place configured to can hold bins of cloth. It'll take them a bit of time to haul those. Okay, I think I have some more dumping spots over here. More stuff that needs to be dumped over here. I swear I saw piles. Oh, here we go. I could order... I could just give a mass dump order over that tile. But that would order them to dump the cloth inside the bins as well as the bins. while that's not inherently a bad thing, it would take longer. Which would, I guess, be a bad thing. Because I don't want these guys to be on the surface any longer than they have to be. I'm sure I missed a couple bins in there. Okay. No, maybe I didn't. No, okay, it's looking like I got them all. Alright. It's going to take a while before I get all this cleaned up. Basically, over here and over here, some caravans died. Not making it inside. And so there's lots of crap on the ground there. Did they clean up most of the dead body parts yet? I think most of the dead bodies have been cleaned up. It looks like most of the tombs that are here are empty ones. So we might actually have... Okay, we might actually be doing pretty well as far as dead bodies go. There's still some not memorialized, but most of the stuff here is entombed now. Okay, that's much better than it used to be, at least. Okay, most of those cloth bins have been drug inside. Go ahead and issue a dump order for everything in there. That'll dump the cloth out of the bins, basically. Okay, they're still complaining they don't have any sand to use to make glass. That's fine. One of the engravers engraved a masterpiece. That's a large step in the right direction. That means they're getting some skill. And we can engrave the queen's rooms soon, hopefully. What is your skill? Engraving? Proficient. That's not half bad. Still a long ways away from being a legendary engraver, but... I don't know if we'll ever get legendary engravers in this settlement. Let's see. The surface is looking a lot cleaner than it used to. I don't see any bodies left. Would they be in this pile, maybe? There's definitely a lot of parts of various named creatures. Some of them are... Okay, there's a couple dwarf corpses. I'm sure they'll get around to burying them eventually. Wait. I see. Some of those tombs are not properly assigned for citizen use. Nope, this one wasn't somehow. That one wasn't. That one is. That one isn't. Well, no wonder some of these are empty. That one isn't. That one isn't. How in the world did I designate tombs that weren't
Assigned for use. Okay, well that should fill up the rest of the empty tombs up, apparently. Hopefully that decreases our amount of ghosts. That could possibly happen. We have slabbed most of the one. Well, we slabbed everything that turned into a ghost so far. Some of these we could probably get rid of now because they're buried. But there's no point. We'll just leave the slabs there. Okay, we definitely need more tombs. The problem is I can't make more tombs because I don't have sand to make glass. We just have to wait for everything to settle down before we can make more. I could make rock coffins instead, but we'll just wait till we have glass available and then we'll worry about burying the last few people. Okay, who's doing what? There's a few people with no job now. Which means we might finally have everything off the surface. And surprisingly, we weren't interrupted by Evil Cloud the whole time. That's kind of surprising. Okay, what do you want? A large gem. Okay. Cut raw glass into gems. Do forever. I need to keep an eye on this so I can spot when they make a large gem. There we go. Alright, I don't want to waste a whole bunch of raw glass. We do have a little bit of sand. Okay, let's go ahead and, now that they're getting back to doing sand, let's put in a work order for glass coffins. Alright, I want... Oh, let's do 25 of them for now. Okay, let's go ahead and claim all the stuff in the pile here. And is anyone still outside, or can I close the doors? I think it's possibly safe to close the doors. Okay. Let's close the outer door. And let's close the outer door to the seesaw. And if you get any notifications about stranded... Nope, stranded citizens, okay. Who? It's some random kid who's outside. Idiot. Okay, well let's leave the seesaw closed at least. Alright, get your ass inside, kid. What are you doing? Okay, well that's fine. You'll be happy eventually. Have I dealt with your mandate? Yes, I did. Okay, good. Alright, how are we doing on cloth production? Alright, make shoes. We should have plenty of cloth now. Shoes, socks, trousers, and tunics. Repeat those orders. That should get everybody reclothed. Okay. Go ahead and unforbid the last of that cloth. Queen has imposed an export ban. I'm okay with that. Alright, how many coffins do I have now? 2. Damn it. Make more coffins. We might as well get those 2 down while I have an opportunity to do so. There's no rules that say I have to do 1 at a time. Or 6 at a time. Since that's the size of the blocks here. Okay, tomb. Boom. Accept. Immediately assigned to somebody. Tomb. Accept. Boom. Immediately assigned to somebody. How many people do I have who don't have tombs yet anyway? Probably a bunch. There were a lot of dead dwarves. Caravans, whole caravans wiped out. Ooh. Okay, peasant withdraws from society, has claimed a craft store shop. Nice. What is he going to make? Whatever it's going to be made out of microline. Pigtail cloth, yak leather, fungi wood logs, and that's it. Alright, nothing terribly valuable in that collection. Unfortunately. Glass coffins are being cranked out at a reasonable rate. Okay. Hopefully you make something cool. Speaking of which, while I am thinking about this, let's go ahead and make another pedestal. Also, there was another artifact that was made a while ago that I don't think I put on a pedestal. Okay, let's add that. Oops. Let's add that to the throne room. I'm going to have to look at the list of items. Where is it? Objects menu. Okay, there we go. All right. The hammer, those 2 pieces of furniture, large gem. Oh yeah, an amulet. That's what it was. Okay, amulet. Copper amulet. Boom. Alright, did that increase your room value that you're finally happy with it? No. It is an opulent throne room, but it's not a royal one. Still. That should be solved when we get around to engraving it, but I don't want to do that until I have a high enough skill engravers that they'll get the best possible results. Because technically, a microline scepter. Okay. That could be part of the crown jewels placed in our royal throne room. Okay. Scepter. Right there it is. Somebody dropped their shoe on top of it. Okay, there. Now, did that increase the value of your throne room enough that you're happy with it? Nope. I'm beginning to think that the items on displayed on the pedestals don't count toward the room value. Because artifact furniture definitely counts properly. Oh well. It's not like we're going to put them anywhere else. Yeah.
I'm probably going to want to move all that stuff around later. Once we get this place engraved, I'm probably going to put the display cases either in front of the pedestals or in between the pedestals or something. Actually, that's a good idea. Put one in front of each pedestal. Or put one in front of each pillar here. Okay, ended a mandate. Okay. That's fine, TM. Everything is going down in the caverns. Actually, how much fish do we have? No fish. He's a novice fisher dwarf. Are they not catching anything anymore, or... No, he's hauling a raw cave fish. Okay, so it's just taking forever for them to... Oh, here. Let's put a bit of a fish stockpile there. Food, fish, unprepared fish, actually, all. Okay. No barrels. I may have to make this bigger or someplace else, but we'll see for now. And then it will give items to the main food collection stockpile. All right. We'll see if that fixes their problem of having to drag the fish back every single time. Let the haulers do the hauling. If need be, I'll make the fish stockpile larger, but we'll see if just a little 2 tile is good enough for now. Because usually I thought these guys would just grab fish and then drop it on the ground, but they don't seem to be doing that. There maybe is an order somewhere that I'm missing that usually makes them do that. I wonder if we're out of cages again. Because that cage trap hasn't been reset. Oh, I know what it is. Fish isn't listed up there. I bet we have a ton of fish. Because raw fish. I have 48 raw fish. Yeah, because these bastards aren't cleaning their fish. Alright, well that's one drawback of doing it the way I did it. I am going to go to the labor menu, and the farmers are also going to clean fish. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we still have some naked mole dogs wandering around down here. They're not causing any problems, so I'm gonna leave them be. That's what this cage trap is supposed to catch, though. It caught several, and they just haven't refilled it. Okay, he's headed back to get drink. Okay. Kittens. Somebody dropped an alpaca wool sock. That's going to be prevalent for a while we're making more clothing. Mandated construction of goods. What do you want? Armor stands. Okay. Don't mind me. I'll just put in order for 2 armor stands real quick. Okay. Is it safe to seal the fort? Let's find out. Okay, no messages about anybody caught outside. So everybody's inside now, finally. Alright, let's open the interior door of the seesaw. Okay, and then let's take the bait pig and let's put them back in the pig pen upstairs. Also, I should release the cats since the door is now closed. So, stray piglet, you, get your butt up here. Cats, where are you? Boom, boom, boom. Those cats are allowed to run around. And then kitten, 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 kitten. Oops, that's the piglet. Kitten, kitten. All right. Run free, my kittens. Cats are important for exterminating vermin. So letting them run around your fortress is a good thing, usually. Alright. I'd really like if people would actually get around to preparing raw fish. Maybe I should actually have dedicated fish cleaners. Okay, how many... Alright, let's go ahead and add dedicated fish cleaners. You guys don't clean fish anymore, you just catch them. You guys don't clean fish anymore. Add new work detail. Okay, this work detail will clean fish. And is only selected. Okay. Let's select you. Yeah. Boom. Congratulations, you're now a fish cleaner. Go forth and have fun. Okay, finally he's headed there. Somebody's cleaning fish. Hallelujah. Now, we will be able to impose an export ban. Engraved a masterpiece. Nice. Okay. With the fish cleaning, we'll be able to start cooking the fish into meals. So let's go ahead and get a kitchen. Boom. With box type blocks. Alright, that's a lot of cats. Not as many as you might think. Most of them are just hanging out here around the food stockpile. Is what's going on. Okay, and we should have a dedicated cook as well. Alright. Work detail. Cooks. I'm going to give you guys cooking and brewing labors. We can remove those from the planters. And we're going to pick a couple of random... we'll assign 3 people to the job. A couple of random haulers. Okay, congratulations. You are now cooks. Get your asses to work. Your job is to brew. I should also assign butchering to them, probably. Instead of having that being done by the planters. Okay, planters. You guys can do milling. Actually, wait, who else is doing milling? Okay, that's brewing. They're doing milling. We don't want them to do cooking after all anymore. Spinning, I'm going to go ahead and assign to the crafters. Dyeing, I'm going to assign to the crafters. Tanning and butchery, I'm going to assign someone else. Probably tanning to the crafters. Butchery to the cooks. Okay. General crafting. You guys are taking over tanning, dyeing, and spinning. And the cooks, you guys are taking over butchery. Alright. That should improve the situation a lot. Okay, now they're going to start rendering fat. And I'm also going to want them to prepare easy meals forever. Okay. I'm going to change this from easy meals to better quality once they get higher skill. We're getting a little low on drink. It's now autumn. We have a chance at least that we might get a caravan. It seems unlikely, but it might happen. They're complaining about not having seeds available. Not much I can do about that. The problem is that the bag of seeds was grabbed by somebody to go haul. I don't know if they're actually dropping their fish off in the drop-off. We'll keep an eye on these guys for a little bit. Adequate fish dwarf. He's learning. Oh! There went the shrimp light. So that turns off at 11:41 nowadays. I should probably adjust that so it turns off a little sooner. But it's a lot better than it was a week or two ago, before I adjusted it the first time. Unfortunately, that means there will be no shrimp swimming around on the end screen. A little too dark for that to work. That camera doesn't... It's not adjusted to pick up anything with any level other than blindingly bright. Okay, we need to cut raw glass into gems so we can get some large gems for the Queen's Mandate. They already made one. Every time they cut a gem, they have a chance to make a gem craft, a cut gem, or a large gem. And our queen keeps mandating large gems. There's almost no way to guarantee make a large gem. Okay, I think we have large gems now. Yes, okay. So we can stop cutting them. You can make large gem out of metals, I think. Yeah, make large billion gem, which is... I'm not sure what the deal is with that, why you can do that, but... I'm pretty sure you didn't used to be able to make metal large gems. But also I'm pretty sure used to be that when you cut a gem, you had a choice of cutting it into a large gem or a small gem. I don't remember. It's not something I used to worry about too much. Did you guys stop complaining about not having dimple cups spawn? Please stop. there are some masterwork, wall, or floor engravings. I don't see any, though. Wait, was there one? There's very occasionally a exceptional engraving. Okay. Cavefish biscuits. This is a stack of 8 cavefish biscuits. The ingredients are minced cat tallow and minced cavefish. That sounds interesting. Possibly edible, but probably not. Thankfully, food doesn't rot in Dwarf Fortress if it's on a food stockpile. Because otherwise it would rot. It's weird. Stockpiles just inhibit rotting by their very nature. Okay, so we're doing okay on drink. We're doing okay on food. They're finally starting to cook the food. That should make people happier across the board. We're finally making clothing again. If we select a few random dwarves, they actually have clothes that aren't incredibly... This one's got an interesting set of clothing. They've got some worn out trousers, a pair of worn out gloves. They have some earrings, an amulet, a couple bracelets. I forgot that they would grab those and wear them now. It's cool that they do that. They have cave spider silk thread and pigtail thread sewn into their ankles. They need to go get their stitches out at the hospital one of these days. And then they have fortress-made socks, shoes, and tunic. So people are starting to replace their clothing. This guy's still got clothing in good shape that came in from outside. Either he looted it off a body or he brought it with him when he came here. What about you? You have a mix of fortress made and... Okay, yeah. People are slowly replacing their clothes. We still got a ways to go before everyone has clothing, but... Or good quality clothing, at least. There's a cloth bins need to be dumped. Just trails of vomit everywhere on the surface. It looks like the vomit inside has mostly been cleaned up. Thankfully. Because it was pretty bad. It was really funny. Just giant vomit slime trails everywhere. Let's go ahead and close the inner gate for... I'm going to pull the defenses inward, basically. We'll close the inner gate, and then we will close the other inner gate. An evil cloud has drifted past. A dwarven child is throwing a tantrum. You better not be doing that close to anything that is destructible. Okay, he'll be fine. He just threw some cloth around. Oh no. Okay. Okay. Dwarf decided to kick a few people, including a pig. Yeah. All right, so that gate's closed. We'll open the outer gate. The reason I'm doing this is to allow out access to the trade depot from outside, just in case any caravans or anything arrive. I won't have to do anything. Okay, let's go ahead and reclaim all this stuff. It's a good amount of random outside cloth. All right. Looks like the little idiot calmed down. Hopefully, if they get some clothing and some good food in them, they will, or clothing on them and good food in them. Hopefully they don't eat my clothing. Be not terribly helpful. Yeah, I need to make a stockpile that only holds damaged clothing so we can get rid of it. I think that is a thing you can do. I don't remember all the details of how to set that stuff up. Mandated goods. Large gems. Okay, that's easy enough to deal with. Got raw glass. We'll just sit here and watch until we see one made. There we go. Okay. Why are they constantly complaining about dimple cup spawn? Okay, seeds. There's 20 dimple cup spawn somewhere. Oh, it's all out on the map. Oh, there's a copy of a journey into... Okay. Dump that. There's a book out here on the surface. Dump that too. Okay, let's open up the door. And let somebody go out there and acquire that. The cats are probably going to run wild on the surface when we do this. I regret opening it already. Actually, no, cats have headed out there. Oh, there goes one. Damn cat. So far I've seen 2 dwarves, 2 kids, and a cat. Okay, the cat's back. 1 dwarf's back. 1 cat just left. So there's 2 cats. 3 cats. 2 cats. 1 kid. I think both dwarves are back. So it's 2 cats and a kid are out on the surface. 1 cat. No cat. Okay. Pull the lever now. Run, run, run. All right, I think everyone's inside. All right. We have acquired Temple Cup Spawn and also a book called The Journey into Personal History. It's a copy thereof. Actually, I better check that. Okay. Written on the item is a manual entitled The Journey to Personal History. Learns a method of writing the history of a single individual. Okay. Good. It's not a copy of some evil manuscript that will turn our dwarves into necromancers or anything like that. I didn't think anything like that had been brought onto the map, but yeah. Better safe than sorry. I need to make a library. The queen has mandated construction of certain goods. What do you want? You want a large gem. Okay. There we go. I should build more coffins. I completely forgot that we hadn't actually finished that. Let's get everybody buried. I don't want to have to deal with ghosts. Hopefully that's more coffins than we need. If not, we're going to have to dig out more rooms. Coffins fill up pretty fast. Yep. We haven't seen any caravans or anything for a while now, though. Which is probably fine, honestly. No migrants. No caravans. Migrants are... I think my pop cap is set to 40. Not the hard cap, but the migrants stop arriving at cap. So I won't have to actually deal with migrants, but... I don't think I will. Okay, tomb, double click, accept. Tomb. Double click, accept. Tomb. Accept. Tomb. I haven't seen any... haven't seen them be instantly assigned to anyone. Well, maybe we did actually have enough tombs purely by happenstance. That would be nice, I suppose. Okay. It looks like we might have just had the right number of tombs. All right, well, we have 12, 16, looks like. Spare coffins. For the next time things go horribly, terribly wrong. Okay, the Queen's mandate's been satisfied. All right, lovely. Looks like they're continuing to make meals out of cave fish and cat tallow. How delicious. Stockpile level's been completely engraved. Oops. I don't want to do high... well, whatever. Go ahead and issue engraving orders for the workshop level. And then when all those are done, it'll be time to engrave the living quarters level. Once that's done, it'll be time to engrave the Queen's living quarters level. And as you get deeper into the fortress, the engraving quality will go up and up and up. At least that's the theory. But anyway, it is 11:57, so it is high time to wrap this up. So I believe we're going to save the game here. Now, normally, on our lovely little end screen here, there would be shrimp in that giant black void off to the side. However, they sensibly go to bed at 11, apparently, 11:40 or so. Although, honestly, they really don't have a whole lot of choice because I'm the one who sets the timer for their light. But anyway. So, no shrimp on the end screen, alas. Tomorrow, probably. Yeah, speaking of tomorrow, tomorrow is everyone's favorite day of the week, Monday. And Monday means Crab Champions, which should be quite a bit of fun.
Tuesday and Wednesday will be more door kickers. I think we will start with SWAT. I think I'm about done with CIA, so I think we'll do SWAT. We haven't used them yet since the 1.0. And I need to find out what SWAT's like nowadays. They were kind of fun before, and I'm sure they'll be even more fun now. Thursday, of course, will be Total Annihilation. And Friday will hopefully be EDF. We weren't able to do it this Friday, but I'm fairly sure that the coming Friday will be fine. And then, of course, for Saturday and next Sunday, we will have more Dwarf Fortress. I think we've got a good few more weeks left in it. I'm not sure when we're going to stop, but not next week, that's for sure. For tonight, though, let's see. Is anyone doing anything? There usually isn't this time of night, especially. And not today, either. Let's see. Avi is playing Schedule 1. Really? Okay. I mean, sure, why not? Actually, Af is playing. Wait, Af is live? No, it's not true. He is. All right, let's rate Af. He's not streamed for like 3 weeks now. Let's get over there before he decides to end just to spite me. Hopefully I see you all back here tomorrow for some crabby shenanigans. And I will see you all later. Good night and goodbye.